Hi, everybody, and welcome to another show. Sorry, I've got some weird thing going on with my window with the sunlight. It's giving polka dots right now. So I'm sorry for the distraction, but welcome back to another show. This is my last YouTube show when I will be age 44. Next show, I will be 45. Did I get you there? Trying to trick you a little bit. I'm going to do a couple of announcements and then we're going to get into it. I see Kenny is in the comments. Kenny said, "Do you realize this is NFL draft night?" No, Kenny, I'm not a sports person, so I didn't realize it was NFL draft night. I don't even know. Like, that just seems so far away from the season, but I guess this is where they start and pick players and start to train and stuff. So, guess it makes sense. He's got a couple of questions. Kenny tapped in early. He was a whole hour early. He's tapping in from Washington, D.C. He said, "I beat you this time, Uncle Willie." He said, "Now give me my money." He wants to know what the Zoom meeting. Do you have a dating mail for the ladies? I don't know what the dating mail is. So I'm not quite sure. Falake is second place. She is here 1 minute into the show. Welcome, Falake. Very nice to have you, darling. We got a couple of announcements after you drop your city and state. Let me go ahead and put this up. Drop your city and state. Let me know where you are watching from. Actually, let me see if this might work here. Yeah, nope, that's not working. Okay. Anyway, drop your city state so I can say hi to you. If this is your first time watching the show, normally I would say I have it together, but no, I pretty much always come unfrazzled like this. So I guess that's not true. But each week I ask the men on my men's page questions about love, sex, dating, and relationships. And then usually about a week or two later, I post the answers to give them a chance to, get their answers. Post their answers for my patrons who are on my Patreon page. And then I share a little bit with you guys. The men who want to join us from the men's page come here on my show and they share their answers to the questions. Next thing I want you to know is that the singles database is now live. It is live. So if you want to meet somebody, you can do so. And guys can find you based on their preferences. Bill sneeze, excuse me. Whew. Oh. So if you want to join the singles database, head on over to my Instagram page and click the link and you will see all the information there. We have already had people finding each other and finding love. This is kind of a progression from the singles feature where you can post your picture on the men's page. And we all know for that, we've had two people who have already found love, gotten engaged, and one is about to be married in a matter of weeks. So pretty exciting stuff. Two more quick announcements. Hang with me. We have the private Q&A. This happens on the first Tuesdays of the month. This happens on Zoom. And you can opt in to be one of those lucky women who get to come in and ask the men questions. It went fabulously last time. The girls were all able to ask questions and get information from the men directly. So same thing, go to Instagram. You can find that information. Last but not least, we've got the dating manual. If you want to take my 8-week course, you can also find out about that on Instagram. And that one is also, I think it was linked below in this video. If it's not, let me know and I'll link it there in the description. This should not be coming up, my bad. But you can join the dating manual. A lot of women are dating without their power. They are living in a man's world. They are letting the guys call the shots. If the man wants a situationship, they're in a situationship. If they want a relationship, they get a relationship. And it doesn't have to be that way. You have tons of power in dating. And a lot of women just don't know how to use it. So I give you all the tips that you need in my 8-week coaching program. And that is the dating manual. Now, without further ado, let's see who is backstage, who is going to be joining us now. We got Willie Beeman in the house with his super cool computer. How's it going, sir? You're muted, so if you do try to speak, we won't be able to hear you.
It's been a great day.
I'm so glad it's been a great day for you.
Yep, it's been a really good day.
I'm enjoying some orange sherbet. You have any snacks?
Yeah, I have a seafood boil on the way. So,
ooh, that sounds delicious.
I don't think I'm gonna eat that on camera though. I don't want to be judged.
Yeah, that'll be a little complicated.
And I have my lunch from earlier that I ordered. That I didn't even eat, so I might switch it up and eat that. Eat the
What did you
seafood
get
boil.
earlier?
Five Guys. Pause.
Hmm, that was funny. And Freudian. Well, we got a couple different topics. I'm going to sneak them for you, sneak preview. Question number 1. We asked married men, what is your greatest regret about marriage? Question number 2. Have you ever manipulated a woman into breaking up with you? Number 3. I'm sorry you feel that way. Is that a good apology or is it just downright dismissive? Number 4. Which emotion do you feel most and why? And of course, we gave them 4 emotions to choose from. And then finally, number 5, there's a very cool video where it's talking about women leading men in education and kind of getting ahead. So I asked the guys, what is the solution? All right, so we're going to start out with question number 1. We've got others who said they're joining the panel, but they're going to be running a little bit late, so we will get started without them. Do you have any regrets about marriage? I know you've done it before. Any regrets that you're comfortable sharing on YouTube?
Yeah, I mean, I regret doing it. That's that's it. I regret who I chose.
I was
I
gonna
don't
say,
regret. Yeah, I don't regret the actual being married. I mean, I think that I've probably been the most fulfilled as a man as while I'm able to be someone's husband. So, but just who I chose to be that to. I didn't go with my first gut or my first mind, and that's one of the few regrets in my life that I have is who I chose to be a husband to, and I let carry my last name.
yeah, that's a big responsibility.
Yeah.
This gentleman asked on TikTok what their greatest regret was, and so I'm going to read couple of their answers. He said, "I regret having friends who are not married while I'm married." Someone else said, I regret wasting my time with all those other women. I should have met my wife first." Oh. This gentleman said, the grass is never greener on the other side. The full question was, married men, what is your greatest regret about marriage? Advise the single boys. It could be about anything. So he said, the grass is never greener on the other side. Never. Someone else said, not that I regret it, but all I can say is that divorce is worthless. Better separate, rearrange yourself, and try again. Someone else said, she may never stay after you've cheated. She may stay after you cheated, but she will never be the same again. So don't do it. Someone else said, ask yourself, am I the man that I want my daughter to marry? Next question. Never speak badly about your spouse to your family and friends. Be the partner you're looking for. These were some very mature responses. Another gentleman said, listen when she speaks from her heart. Once she feels unheard, she will be closed off for a long time, if not forever. That one was my favorite one because it's so true. Women want to feel heard. And not shockingly, there were 128 replies to that. Another one says, not all women age gracefully with their good looks and physique. So marry her for more reasons beyond her body and beauty. Seek a forever. Another one says, in times of trouble, remember it's not you against her, but both of you against the problem. Someone else says, your wife becomes the words you speak about her. I regret not speaking life and good upon her. Wow, such accountability. All right, we got a couple more. I have no regret. I always tell her that I can propose every day. I can marry her every day. She is a blessing to me. I love you. I can't pronounce her name. My everyday prayers to keep the vows that we made. Aw. Pay attention to how your partner shows grace and mercy during conflicts, regardless of who is right or wrong. Okay, if you want to read the rest, because there are actually quite a few. If you want to read the rest, you can head on over to patreon.com/ /Yonci, and you can read. There are a lot of sweet messages. Blondie is in the chat. She said hello, everyone. Hey, girl, hey. And Mr. Garnett is tapping in from New Orleans. Good to have you, sir. Thank you for speaking. Appreciate that. Anything else for question number 1 before we move on to question number 2, friend?
Nope.
Okay.
I think we covered that one.
Mm-hmm. All right. With your camera angle, it almost looks like we're spying on you in your lair.
No.
If you're enjoying the show as much as I'm enjoying this orange sherbet, please go ahead and tap that like button and feel free to share with a friend. Okay, question number 2. Have you ever manipulated a woman into breaking up with you? All right, this one has a video, so we're going to show the video first.
Of your girlfriend,
but don't want to break up with her?
make it her problem. Step 1, become emotionally unavailable.
Can we talk about all the problems that we're having right now?
I don't want to. Step number 2, make subtle hints. Why do you hate me so much?
I never said that.
You should block me. Or then again, maybe just break up with me.
I didn't say that.
Step number 3, get creative. We should open up our relationship.
I think we should just break up at this point.
Oh man, that was your idea. Fine, I guess so. I wasn't thinking that, but I was going to try to fix this relationship.
Why communicate
When you can manipulate. Psst. Now that you're the victim, you could date one of her friends.
Why communicate when you can manipulate? Wow, wow, wow. So, of course, they were being kind of silly in that video, but this is a real thing that men have really admitted to doing. How many of them is the question. So we asked the guys, how many of you have manipulated a woman into breaking up with you? What percentage? Take a guess, Willie. What percentage do you think said they did?
The majority.
Unless they were lying, 37% cop to it. They said, I have. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. So I'm going to read some of these comments, and then I'm going to ask you if you could think of anything you've done to get a girl to take you. This guy said, I think all men have tried before. Someone said, I can't vibe with dishonesty and trickery. Well, good for you, sir. Someone else said yes, because some of them won't leave, even if they don't think it's a problem. Even if they don't think it's a problem. Even if you ask to end it, they need chaos for them to leave. They can't leave on good terms because in their mind, like, why are you leaving if we're on, good terms? I can't imagine someone refusing to go. That'd be wild. He said, nope, I even held on during the divorce. But you can't stop people from breaking laws and doing disrespectful, bad decisions. Someone else said, to the question at hand, manipulate, no, but I let her leave me. So if she wants to come back, I have the upper hand. He said, in my first relationship, yeah, but I was young and dumb. I used to be a straight a-hole to her every day, but she never left. So I ended up ghosting her. That is wild. Any guys in the comments, have you ever ghosted someone? All right, let's see. Next question we have here. Okay, number 3. I'm sorry you feel that way. Is that in your mind a good apology, or is it dismissive? We asked
No,
the guy. What'd you say?
Dismissive as shit. Just you're gaslighting somebody. You're not apologizing for what you did. You're apologizing for how they feel, which you don't have no control over.
Right. I hate it when people say too, like, I'm sorry if I made you feel that way. But it's like, we're only having this conversation because I brought it to your attention. So obviously I do feel this way. I still feel like that's like a distancing yourself from just coming out and saying, I'm sorry. And I think what people don't realize is that even if they don't think they did something wrong, you could still apologize on behalf of the fact that they went through that. Like, oh my God, I'm sorry that came across that way. It wasn't my intention, whatever, whoop-de-whoop. Chavis said, I ghosted an ex after I found out she cheated. dumped her over voicemail, as you should. Falake says, I'm curious about the response with 128 questions or 28 questions. Yes, right. He was on Twitter, so you could probably go and browse all those responses. Kenny said, hell no, it's just dismissive. Not Kenny being on time. I don't know what to do with myself. I missed it. Oh, Chava said, greetings, Yonci, to everyone here. Hope all is well. And Falaki said, I like these questions. They have depth. Thank you so much. Why not to fire my writer this week? Okay, let's see who agreed with you and me. A good apology, 12% it's a good apology, and 98% said it is dismissive. So that's good to know that they feel that way. Let's see some of these comments. Better, the correction is, I'm sorry that my actions caused you to feel that way. It depends. It's a great apology. If I've done something that wasn't necessarily wrong, but made you feel a way, I think it could be worded differently, but the message is good. We live in a society where everyone believes their feelings dictate the reality of the situation. Your feelings or how you feel about something doesn't change the facts of the situation. He said, unlike Shannon Sharp at ESPN, we in here. Oh, no, he didn't. He has been trending again for the worst reasons.
That should have been a topic tonight.
I thought about it, but I was like,
we got overtime, so
there you go. That is true. There you go. I think that it could be an intro to an actual apology, but by itself, I think it's dismissive. It ain't my fault you took it that way. Psh, same thing. Depends on the situation and the person. It could definitely be a lot for somebody to say if they've done nothing wrong, but the other person wants an apology still. So if you want to read the rest, you can go to my Patreon page. By the way, it is time to snitch. Let's find out how many of you guys have hit that like button and how many of you guys are just watching the show and forgot. So I'm going to head on over to YouTube. Please take a moment and hit that like button. If you're watching on a cellular device, you're going to need to close the chat so you can get to the you're going to be able to get to the like button. All right, so let's see here. We've got 10 people watching at the moment. And only 3 likes. Oh, that's terrible. Terrible, terrible. All right, so 6 of you need to hit that like button, please. Please hit the like button. Let me know that you are enjoying the show. And we are going to move on to question number 4. Okay, we are just blowing through these questions. All right, unlike last time, it took like an hour or 2 just to get through 4 questions. Okay, next question. Which emotion do you feel and why? So the options were frustration, confusion, hopelessness, and insecurity. And when I asked the women, the overwhelming majority said confusion. I believe it was confusion and hopelessness. But I'm wondering which one you think the number one choice was for the men. You guys can vote in the comments before it shows. Frustration, confusion, hopelessness, and insecurity. Which one do you think was the number one sentiment that they were feeling? All right, we're up to 6 likes. That's awesome. All right, we just need 2 more. What do you vote for, Mr. Beeman?
I would say that the average man probably feels hopeless.
Okay. Let's put the answers up and see what they say. Frustration. Overwhelming majority said frustration. And I think that is interesting. So let's get into the comments and see if they talk about why. Now what's interesting is one person asked me like, wait, why are those the only choices? Because they were negative. So I should have said, those of you who are frustrated in dating, what sentiment, or it's not going the way you want. All right, so let's get into these comments. Someone said, I really feel none of the above, but I align most with frustration. I don't feel frustrated personally because I understand the current climate. However, I know most of my bros are definitely frustrated and a few hopeless. Someone said it's frustrating because too many men enable women's bad habits and cause their relationship dating traumas. We need to go back to courtship and traditionalism. That's interesting. Someone said, who picked those answers? Someone else said, fulfillment. I try connecting with women and learning about them. This approach helps lessen, oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Sorry, I'm going to mute you, Willie, because the sound is distracting me. This approach will lessen negative emotions. Excuse me. Okay, someone said, I'm not stressed in the least because it's not my focus. But if it's any emotion, knowing how close many women are to having a great life with great guys, if they, one, would get out of their own heads, and two, stop taking advice and cues from institutions and people who honestly want them single for their own selfish purposes. Try to find someone who is moral and integral and cares about you as a person and comes with a great village, and start building a life together. Someone else said, who picked these answers? Where is joy and happiness and fun and excitement? Lord. Another one says, dating has definitely become frustrating because of the lack of empathy and consideration of the other person's experience. I would definitely say people lack empathy. I have come across many women I've come across have their delusional, unrealistic expectations and either don't seem to realize this or they don't care, which is frustrating. All right. So interesting. It's funny how much when the guys critique the questions and I'm like, I don't really think sometimes think that they're going to say the things that they say, but sometimes there are valid points there. Kenny says frustration, he thinks it would be the number one. My bad, Chavis. Sorry about the ring. He said blinded. That's funny. Okay, so we're going to get to the last question. We are just moving right along. Okay. By the way, if you are enjoying the show, please hit that like button. Last question. What is the solution? Here is the clip for you to see so you can follow along.
Hypergamy. So traditionally, women seek partners who have more economic or social status than they do. And for most of human history, this worked because men had the resources. And so there was sort of this arrangement where women could often marry someone who is more educated or earned more. But over the last 50 years, that's really changed. And so what I'm seeing in my work, working one-on-one with women, is that when they say that there aren't enough good guys to go around, that's actually true. So we now have this huge mating gap where we have these high performing, high earning women that have done the work and gone to therapy and work out and they're ready for their great partner, but they're not able to find enough guys who are available. And if this is a problem now with the women I work with in their 30s, we are going to be facing a much more severe crisis 10, 15 years from now. So currently 60% of college enrollment is women. But soon it's going to be for every 2 women that graduate, it'll be 1 man. So that means half of those women will not have a guy who graduated from college. And so this is a crisis because these women are saying, okay, if you cannot be the provider, then you need to be offering more. Emotional intelligence is the new currency in dating. But these guys were raised not to be emotionally intelligent, not to give emotional support, but to be a provider. And so they've been chasing this lion. I'm going to hunt for this lion of being a provider. But suddenly they're told you need to hunt for a tiger, which is emotional intelligence. They don't have the skills to do that. And so women have raised the bar in terms of what they need from men, while men are continuously falling behind.
Thank you so much, Chavis. And let me put this in there. He said, for a C4 energy drink since you're yawning before overtime. And it's funny, I took a nap and I felt like it was 5 minutes. It was an hour-long nap, but it felt like 5 minutes. It was time to get up. She said, I'm curious to see what the response will be. I know what Willie is going to say. What are your thoughts regarding this, where she's saying that a lot of women are getting educated and they are not finding men who are on their same level? Oh, you're still muted. I never unmuted you. Sorry.
it's more women trying to placate themselves for the reasons why they're single. Because for example, she said that women have raised the bar. No, women didn't raise the bar. They switched up what they needed and what they want to ask for from a man. Because they're saying, hey, I make so much money now. I've been to school. I don't need a man who can provide for me. I just need a guy who can make me feel good, which, man, it's fine. But it's just unrealistic. No, men don't care about how much school y'all go to. Women go to school to be independent. So that's why they're going to college. But none of that stuff, the reason why those women who go to college, they said that men aren't taught to be emotionally supportive. Women aren't taught to be feminine or wives either. And they don't learn it in college. They learn how to be great employees, though. They learn how to be great men. This is why the majority of those women, the 2-to-1 ratio, she said, men will still be getting married twice as often as they do.
And that makes sense that men would get married twice as often, because if a woman is hypergamous, she can only choose from the people who are doing better than her. A guy isn't a hypergamous, so he has a choice of everybody. So that does make sense that the men would have more to choose from.
Men have been dating down throughout the history of life.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's easier.
And women, but that's the thing. A lot of women should, though. I hate sometimes how so many women are told you deserve the best when they don't, because they're not the best. So, but we tell them that, because, we have to tell women that everything is going to be good, sugar, sprinkle, cinnamon, and rainbows. And it's just not the truth. You need to date across from you, date who you are, because everybody wants a dude, or all women want a dude who is now 6 foot, all that stuff, and now emotionally supportive. But these women aren't what these men are looking for. And we say that we're the bad guys for telling them the truth.
I definitely think that, there's a little bit of delusion. A lot. When I say a little, I mean a lot. A lot of delusion.
See? Exactly. You can't even say a lot because you got to be nice.
When it comes to this, just with what some people think that they deserve, but like you said, deserve isn't a real thing. There is no fairness in dating, just like there is no fairness in capitalism. It is what it is. If you put a product out there and nobody wants it, there's no fairness police that will come along and be like, now he worked really hard to make that product, you should buy it. Capitalism is all about who can market something the best or make the best product. And so, because sometimes the product can be the exact same, but someone just markets it better. So it's the same thing in dating. If you're not pulling something, you're probably shooting. What do they call it? You're punching. You're going out of your league. They call it
punching above your weight class.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think they just in Europe, I think they just started calling it punching, but now that makes sense where that came from. Yeah. So I do think that if a woman is doing really well, that she's going to have a realistic. She needs to understand that that's not things that men go for. And it was funny because that's not a high priority for men. And it's funny because I was watching this video today about a woman saying men don't care about all this stuff. They care about your beauty and your femininity. They said they only start to care about things after they've basically fallen in love with you. Once they fall in love, then you're like, oh, great, this is the other stuff that you do. But this is not the thing that attracts them. And so people were, oh, I don't even see you on there, love. She said, let me in. And I'm wondering if there is something wrong with that link. So Willie had an issue with the link. So if you're having a problem with the link, let me know. Let me know if it says on your screen, Keisha, if it says episode 46, because Willie was having an issue and then I sent it to him directly and he was able to get in. So I'm wondering if anyone else is having an issue. Just in case, I'm going to resend the link. Sorry, y'all. I'm going to resend it to everybody just in case there's an issue. Let me see, give me 1 second.
Sit down.
All right, let's see here. Hang on, y'all. This is what happens when you have a live show. Okay.
Now, Kenny, you tripping, bro.
StreamYard link. Here is the link. All right, guys. 2 more seconds. It does, but it says it ended. Yeah. Okay. So somehow last week's link got attached. So, oh, great. I'm glad you said that because then other people are probably struggling and wondering why. And what's weird is I was looking at it, like looking at the link itself, and all the letters seem to be the same for this one. So I don't know what is up with that. Super weird. All right. Well, I resent it. So let me know. Let me know if that one works for you. Yeah, it's so weird. It looks like the exact same link. Let's see. Yeah, well, we'll see if that works. So we definitely got to get you on the show, girly. Okay. She said she's pulling up. They're selling those cakes and muffins. Oh, it was beautiful. I got to see the picture of the Mario Brothers cake, and it was very impressive. Very talented lady there. But yeah, so I was watching this video, and she was saying that's not what attracts men, and the ladies were getting mad at that and judging that, and I'm like, men don't talk about how, I mean, they could, but we're not logical. I should say it this way. We're not logical when we go for height and we go for money. You know, a guy could say, well, what about the fact that we're a good person and we're this and we're that? Like, you can't get mad at what is. You just need to learn the rules and then start to play by those rules. And what I think is a beautiful thing is that if men are not going for, you know, your job, how much money you make, your education, that to me is a beautiful thing, because those are things you have to go out and do, versus if you just try to take care of yourself, stay in good shape, but you work at McDonald's, you're not going to be held back. The bar is low. So I was like, that seems like a weird thing to get mad at men for. Hey, lady, good to see you.
Hey, Sunshine. Hey, Willie.
What up?
Okay, he said, I keep forgetting to tell you that I'm a dude. My wife is in the picture with me. Oh, I knew you were a dude just by the name. I didn't even think twice about it. But yes, thank you. Feel free to clarify anything else though with the super chat. I love it. Thank you so much. I forgot to do again. I wish they would change the thing. Thank you, Chavis. Thank you for the super chat. We are getting started with a bang. Let's see. And I wonder if some ladies will pass up a 5'8" electrician for a 6'5" millionaire who might not have the character to be committed and married. Yeah, it's rough. So what do you think the solution is, Keisha? This is for, I don't know if you got a chance to see the video, but what's interesting is when they were talking about outperforming, if you watch this whole video, they were talking about how women are making more than men. And she said, well, that stat was
getting educated more than men.
You said what?
Going to college more than men.
Definitely going to college more, but she was saying that there are stats out there that people talk about where it says women are making more, out earning. But she said you have to pay attention to the stats. And so the particular stats that they were referring to in the video, she said came from, I believe it was DC. It might have been DC and New York. So she said, you know, it's not just across the board, but either way, if a woman is hypergamous and she wants a guy who makes more than her, maybe is as educated or more educated than her, what do you think the solution is if those guys just are not, the numbers aren't there? I know it's a tough question.
So what's the solution for the women that can't find those?
Yeah, I'm like, what do you just
more prepared? But maybe
close them doors. Ushers, close the doors.
James said, I'm trying to get him to close the doors.
It's so the women are not finding the guys that's dated as they are, because women are getting, I don't want to say becoming more educated, but getting, you know,
getting their emotional bag, their educational bag. And sorry, she also said in the video, she said a lot of women will say, okay, if you don't make as much as me, that's okay, but come with something, like come with emotional intelligence or something. But the guys have been focusing so much on money that they're just used to being a caveman and being accepted for that.
So I think that's what a lot of women be looking for. And so I think it's just a societal norm now where, you know, women equate how much money the man, if the man makes more than, you know, the man got to have to make more than them. But I didn't see video, but I just feel like come with enough to, I wouldn't say, I don't even say make more than me per se. I mean, maybe our income can match somehow to where we can create goals together moving forward. You know what I mean? That's where I would be. But I think the solution for the women that make those, you know, got the PhDs and all that, you know, the question would be, where are they going to find the men that they want? Like, where are they? Like, you're not. I'm not gonna say you're not gonna find them on Facebook dating or the apps, but I don't think those type of men probably be in the circles that and their friends be around, like the different places that they go to. Those type of men, you might find those type of men at maybe cigar lounges, maybe live music type places. I don't know, but I think that's the solution. And stop being so judgmental because that man don't make more than you. Can he make at you? Like, I mean, that's kind of crazy, but I don't know. That's my immediate thought.
I think that a lot of the ones that I have experienced, because I do coach a lot, and that's my client base. A lot of women who do have, you know, prestigious jobs, or they make a lot of money, more than, you know, average people they come across. It tends to come, and guys say this all the time, it tends to come with some masculine energy. And, you know, what I found, I actually had a client who was not liking how she felt the man was showing up and felt like he wasn't stepping up. But then when I probed and actually asked, well, what are the situations that are giving this opinion? She was actually stepping up. So it would be like, the meal comes and I ask for the bill. This wasn't the exact situation. We're trying to keep her business private, but it's like you and I go out to eat and I ask for the check. Well, I didn't give you a chance. It wasn't like you asked me, hey, can you cover the check? I just asked for it first. So I think sometimes there are ways that women are showing up in their masculine energy and they don't realize they're actually doing that, and you're pushing the man out of that role.
You're not allowing them to be men because you're so used to the bag and being, we just so independent.
Yes.
We so independent, and we forget that. I get it. You got a great job, you got your degrees and all that, but you're still lonely. So obviously, what you're doing not working. So how about maybe you switch it up a little bit, open your options a little more. You know,
and what was really sad, I actually shed a tear during this session because when she said it, it really hit me. We uncovered a wound that she had, which was she felt like she had to earn love. And it made me so sad because I was like, that you, as a woman, you should never feel like that. You should be able to show up and be appreciated for what you bring, as far as just what you were born with, your energy and you know, all that stuff, and your time and your beauty, but not feel like it needs to be performative. And that typically is something that guys will do. You know, they'll invest the time, they'll pay for the date, they'll do all these things, and that's what we as society see as masculine. But with women, you know, when a guy really likes you, he's not looking for you to perform, not in that way. And so she had a little bit of a breakthrough, realizing that she was feeling guilty. Oh, he bought this and he paid for that. Okay, then I should have to. I said, but you're projecting that onto yourself. He never asked for that. It actually might be a little bit of a turnoff if he really takes pride in, you know, what he wants. You should come on the show, Mr. Garnett, and tell me why you disagree.
Right, exactly.
But I don't think that a woman should have to earn it, from the sense of, just to be clear, when I say earn, I mean, I don't think that she should have to buy his affection. I don't
think
think that she
that
should feel guilty.
because women, especially the more professional, more, well, a lot of, like y'all just said, a lot of the men that they date aren't making what they're making. So it forces them into this role where they're more aggressive, they're more, it's what I said, because, like in the Army, we had to prove ourselves, right? Like women, first off, they really didn't want women in the Army anyway. Luckily we were able to get through, and then once you're in there, now we got to prove ourselves. Like Willie, me trying to go against Willie and all these in this career field, and knowing that they really don't want me here, but now I got to prove myself. I think that's what the women do.
Yeah.
We do in relationships. Now we got the guy who's probably below our standards per se. Now we gotta downplay ourselves to kind of bring him. I don't know. Don't be looking at me like that, Willie.
You saw that side eye? That was like major. That was a bombastic side eye.
I didn't say a word.
Your eyes did.
I'm
You're
just
right.
listening.
Shouting at
That's
her. I
how
was
we
like,
always start, me and him, every time.
I'm just
I'm gonna try to mute him because his eyes were so loud. I was like,
I'm just saying, women in general, I think that's how they be feeling. Like I'm so, that I don't know. We be weird sometimes. I say we, but I don't know. I think the solution is. So we on number. How you get on number 5 already?
that's what I said. We were just blowing through all these questions. I said last time we didn't. It took us an hour just to get to the first 2.
Yeah,
It's easy when there's just 2 of us on here to go through these questions quick.
You ain't lying. I just realized that, like number 5, sheesh. But I just think that those type of women, they just got those women 6 figures and up. I mean, I guess I'm 6 figures and up, but I don't act like that. Like I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud to myself. I don't do all that. I just want us to come together and get this money together. I ain't gonna be like, oh, he don't this. Just meet me where I'm at. Be able to pay your bills, and we can switch off. We can go trips and all that kind of stuff. And I'm good with that. I don't know. What they be wanting too much. Women, us, we be wanting too much, and and then be the same women that don't want to give up nothing, but that's another topic, child.
Have you
Don't want to give up nothing, but want you to give everything, but ain't trying to give up no tail, child. No extra.
She said, "Give up the booty." What are your thoughts, Greg? Have you heard the question?
No, what's the question?
So there was a video which she was explaining how in certain demographics the women are outperforming the men. They are getting more education, getting higher wages, and being hypergamous. They still want men who are taller than them, more educated, wealthier, whatever. And then they said, but if they can't get that, they're settling for saying, can you just have more emotional intelligence, at least be aware and all that stuff. But they're really struggling finding people who they then feel they're qualified to get. So what is your what would your advice be if you have any? Because we're all kind of torn over here on this question. What would you say?
The woman who's looking for
So the woman that's educated is having a hard time finding a man that I guess that's cookie cutter in her eyes.
Yeah, I guess someone that's bringing sufficient stuff to the table for her.
I mean, I think eventually you come to reality. I think What's that? What'd you say?
Your internet is bugging a little bit.
Am I cutting in and out?
I can hear you right now. I'll let you know if it cuts out.
Okay. No, I just think at some point, if we're talking about women, I think, there is a time when you come to reality and you wake up and you say, okay, what's really important? At least you should anyway. Like you should say it to yourself, like what do I really require in a relationship that's out of what I thought was what I wanted or what I desired. What do I really need?
Yeah. I think when you have a mindset that there are so many options out there and I just got to find that one perfect one. I think that makes it difficult versus like maybe if you knew there was a food shortage, you wouldn't be as picky with the produce or the meat. You're like, let me just get what I can deal with that can feed my family. But if you feel like there's probably 100 more in the back, I'm just gonna wait for the good stuff to come out, you're probably going to hold out.
Can I ask another
I
part
like
of
what you
the?
said.
Can I ask another part of the question? Is the other part of the question the woman being educated, but also like she's successful and like she's well off?
Mm,
I think there has to be a space for a man to be needed in the relationship or useful.
yeah.
So if she's paying all her bills and she's maintaining a lifestyle on her own, at some point a man has to come in and offer something that's going to be of some value or asset to what she already has going on. If she's already successful, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Because it's true, a man is going to want to feel like that. He's not going to want to feel like he's just a bump on a log. I mean, of course, there are some men who just would come in and take advantage of the situation. But for a healthy, normal guy, I absolutely agree. They're going to be like, it's going to kind of give them an internal crisis. Like, what am I doing here? Like, how am I bringing value? Interesting.
I didn't hear Willie's answer.
Oh, he hasn't. He's
yeah.
been surprisingly quiet so far.
The solution is for women to stop putting so much effort or weight onto things that men are telling them that they don't care about, and then thinking that it's going to make it easier for them to date, because all they're doing is becoming the men they want to marry. Like the types of men these women want, we don't care about how much education you have. So all of these statistics are moot for the men they want. These statistics only apply for the 80% and below of men that women don't even want to acknowledge. Because for the top 20% of us, it's not applicable. So these women go to school for 4 years, you know what happens in college in 4 years, and then spend the next 16 on their careers, and then try to come get a guy who is in his prime now to settle for them. It's the same thing I said about women going to church. Like, they wait until life is over to go try to give God their best, their leftovers. So women are still trying to give God their leftovers. I don't think that most men should expect much more from them, because if they'll do it to God, imagine what they'll do to you.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. If anyone,
we waste too much time. Women, like Willie said, and Willie says this a lot though too. He said we pay too much attention to what men don't give a damn about, basically. Like all that stuff and all them questions and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Men don't care. We do, they don't.
And I would say if you're gonna get the education you're gonna get wealthy, do it because you want to do that and you want the wealth and you enjoy that career or whatever, but don't do that convincing yourself, fooling yourself that that's going to make you more of a commodity. You would do better taking a Pilates class than getting a master's degree, which you shouldn't even judge it. It just is what it is. We have a submitted question. You guys can give this young lady some advice. She had somebody who she knew, she met, and they had information. So it was someone that she knew from her past, but they never really hung out or anything like that, and just knew of each other. And so he popped up on the scene, was engaging in conversation. They would talk pretty much every day. But she said, I don't know if he is trying to date me or if he is just, wanting friendship. So my first question would be, I'm going to add this to her question. Do you think that she should ask for clarity and say, I don't mind hanging out with you, but are you trying to hang out as friends, or are you trying to hang out and see if there's a romantic connection? Would you recommend a woman ask that, or would you recommend she just go with the flow?
Based on my experience, I would love to go first. I think that you need to find out. It depends on how long they've been, whatever it is called, right? if they're,
Yeah.
you know, if they've been intimate, because she said I can't tell if we're dating or hanging out as friends. Number one question: are you being intimate with this guy? You know, I would ask. Like,
I'm privy to that.
you know, the second thing is, well, before even being intimate, I need to know. Like, I just want now moving forward, based off my experience, I would have known. I need to know. I would have known by now when I'm meeting them. What are you looking for? And if she's confused right now at this point, depending on how long it's been, she's nowhere. I don't think there. You know, because if she got to ask herself if they're dating, I think it's a red flag. You know, I think that and the multiple times a man that wants a woman, she's going to know. Like there's without a shadow of a doubt, there's right now there's a gray area, and that gray area is where I'm at. And the first thing I would, you need to get off here now and go find out, like before you have another date with him, like where is it going?
That's the thing. She doesn't even know if it's a date. She doesn't know if it's two friends hanging out or if this is a date. Like, forget even knowing if they're in a relationship. She doesn't even know if he's dating.
I think she knew. I think she knows. She just don't want to be honest about it.
Come on.
I think she knows. She's reading this, like she knows the signs that he's showing her, but she just don't want to accept it. Like she probably wants more from the situation, but he's just not giving her that energy. So
but Yonci said it wasn't even a date. So what has it been though?
No, she's saying she doesn't know if it is a date. So they talk about hanging out and, you know, getting together. Of course, I probed and found out that at one point they were hanging out at her place, and you know they started doing grown folks do.
There you go.
So, but I said, you know, I've never been in a situation where somebody was approaching me and wanting to hang out, and I didn't know if they were pursuing me romantically or just the homie. I don't think I've ever had a homie just want to hang out. I've never had a guy homie just want to hang out. It's always usually been I'm being asked out on a date, or we knew we were friends. Like we started out as friends, so if we hung out, I already knew we were friends. I never had a man come into my life and I was like confused on how he wanted to be in my life.
Yeah, I think most men, or maybe some men, are more intentional with their actions than their words. So
I'm sorry, could you say it one more time? I was trying to add something.
Men are more intentional with their actions than their words.
Yes.
Yes, that is good. That is good. Yep, I agree.
So let's go back to what I was saying before. He probably was already showing her that, listen, this is what we're doing. We're hanging out, blah, blah, blah. Never once bringing up, this is a date, or, you know, I want to pursue you. So he's been giving her the answer all along. She just don't want to accept it.
I like that.
Well, that's a good point. Now we see whatever. I'm probably saying this wrong. Said if you've been intimate and you still have this question, you should already have an answer. Like,
whoa, that's good. That's good. Nayusi, will you be joining us? It's good seeing you in the comments.
Right. That's what I'm saying, Blondie. I said she needs a date. Like, you don't need to go any farther. I mean, well, you probably already have the answer, but if you really need to know moving forward.
Well, I have a question. So did we say that they're already having sex?
Yeah.
Well, not having like ongoing. It happened once.
Well, okay.
According to her, it happened once. So I mean,
that's not what the face is for. I thought women were like supposed to be smarter than men. Like, I don't know what happened to like the whole women mature faster than us, because
denial is always stronger than wisdom.
She set y'all back ages.
Oh Lord.
Like this is like, so you mean to tell me this man has been in your guts and y'all are hanging out, and so he hasn't tried to sleep with you again, or it hasn't happened again, and you don't know if y'all are friends or not? I'll tell you this. I don't believe that there is a straight man on earth who will hang out with the woman who has high quality innards, have access to those innards, and then not try to get back in them on a consistent basis. So one of three things has happened. He either friend zoned her for this reason, which I'm not going to say because this is a family friendly show. Two, he just likes being around her, and if he's bored, he'll try to hit, but he's probably hitting something else. And then three, she's talked herself into a friend zone by doing what she did to you. Because if she's too scared to ask him how he feels about her, when she is letting that man put his penis inside of her, then she's probably knows the answer and was hoping you would have gave her one of those like sprinkled Yonci nothings to soften the blow. But you know what? And the first one is her vagina was trash. So like those are the only two reasons why that happens to a woman with a guy. The only reason that ever happens. So she got to ask him and let him if hope that he's man enough to tell her the truth if it is option one, because then nothing to get a woman friend zone faster than some undesirable vajayjay. No.
Yonci says, sadly, you've been F-buddied. Yeah.
But he's not even doing it on a regular basis, though. So that's what made me think maybe it wasn't that. But
when she asked, it had they had crossed that line. I don't know how much time transpired after that. But the thing that makes me so sad with my gender is they really don't understand the power that they have. They really don't understand that when a guy comes along who genuinely likes you, he's going to do a lot of investing on the front end, which is why a lot of guys take time, due diligence and all this stuff and make sure you're worth the investment. But if you're just willing to invest all on your front end, you're opening yourself up to all of these wolves, like you're this little chicken just opening the hen house, letting all the wolves come in. Because what guy is not going to take if you're saying, I'll just give this to you? Like I open a restaurant and I'm just like, here's the food and I just put it out there. How can I expect to get a paying customer when I'm just giving the food? And there might have been an actual guy who was willing to pay for the food, but I found out you're giving it away. Like, why? Why in the world would I pay full price for this or any price at all?
We act different on dates too.
Damn all that, Greg. We act different. We try to sleep with you again.
Right.
This is what kills me. He only hit it once. That should tell you everything that you want to know.
It was trash.
He did it Greg, I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna shut my mouth. How many times have you fallen off in some vagina that was USDA grade A awesomeness and only hit it one time? Because only tried to hit it one time. The answer is never, nigga. Don't try to sit up here and do this saying sensitive man stuff either. Men don't do that. It's like I'm not okay. So I'm gonna even ask. I know Naisha gonna keep it real, but ladies, a lot of y'all swear y'all have a good vagina and you don't. But for the ones who know and can prove that they do, how many times has a dude hit you one time and it only been because of his choice and not yours? The answer is going to also be never. So again, she knows. She needs to blame her parents for this because they gave it to her. I don't know what else she can do. I'm glad that you're saying she was willing to pay to ask this question. That took some big girl pants, and you passed out big girl pants like Oprah passed out cars. I love that. But what kills me is sometimes these questions are like, she needs a brother or like a dad, because we both of those men would have told her this. They would have given her this exact same game. Like, baby girl, that man slept with you one time and hasn't tried to sleep with you again.
You're making me wish I had asked more questions about the timeline of the sleeping.
Just invite her up here. You want to ask questions? Come on up.
You probably don't want to show her face.
She don't want to hear the truth. That's the problem.
She's showing it to him.
She don't want to hear the truth.
Wow. So yeah, interesting. Ladies, if it's gray, like my sweatshirt,
let him stray. If it's gray, let him stray.
I'm saying it should not.
Yeah, because that timeline wouldn't change the answer. The result, the fact of the matter is he hit it one time.
No, I was gonna say if it happened recently, like let's say they had hooked up on a Saturday and she asked me on a Tuesday, maybe he hasn't had an opportunity to come back and ask. That's the only reason why I was asking. But it had been like weeks.
Or maybe he hadn't got a chance to hit.
Right. He had been traveling.
He had a chance to hit it Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday.
She said he travels a lot, so I would just need to know.
I'm just saying this, but I guarantee you, your man would have taken you on every road trip that he was traveling to.
They make time for good.
And stuff. I would say this too: most men will at least flirt. You know, like they will at least flirt, even if it's like inappropriate, like ew. They're at least going to flirt, and you're going to pick up on sexual energy. So that's just, to me, it's just a weird situation if you have no idea if this is platonic or, you know.
There is no platonic once I've been inside you.
I know. I didn't find that out until much later in my asking.
Bottom line, if she got to ask, she should already know the answer.
Yeah.
That's like if a dude got to ask a woman, was it good? You know it wasn't, bro. As soon as you go home, she about to zzz herself to death. And like group chat, like you know what time it was. So now you just thought that let me ask my friend with the big platform of all these men and see and hope they gonna lie and tell me what I want to hear. No, ma'am. No, it's probably number one. That's why he's not trying to date you. It's 100% probably number one.
Oh, I really hope she doesn't watch this. Okay. Anyone else have any thoughts before we go on to the next topic? Welcome to the show, Mont.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey.
I don't know if I have anything to add. But yeah, I mean, I don't. So it depends. It's so many nuances in situations like these, because just because like the box is good, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm gonna come back if depending on how fast I got it. You know, like I might just be on. Like that just might turn me off. If I get it too fast, it might completely turn me off.
This is why I like there being different opinions, because for somebody who is, let's just say hypothetically, able to get a lot of boxes, there isn't a lot of novelty in the sense of like, oh my god, I got some. It's now you can be a little more selective, like, oh, that one opened up real quick, or I didn't have to do anything to get that.
Like as a man, you can do it to a girl, and it's not like it's not nothing that we're proud of.
What'd you say?
Y'all can do it
to a girl is crazy.
Yeah, like y'all can do it. And like you can be disgusted with her after. And I don't know where it comes from, but as a man, like that can happen. Like you don't know, she didn't do nothing wrong.
Nah, but if she too nasty on the first night, she's doing extra on the first night.
No, it ain't no such thing, baby. It's because I'm him.
Nah,
I don't look at that. I don't, because my standards are high. Like you expect me to go do all this crazy oral acrobatics and jumping off the top rope and saying and lining stuff up. Like I expect for you to do the same thing but I'm gonna tell myself she's just nasty for me. Like, and I don't know no better. Like I don't know that you're saying she used all three hands for the rotation with the other dude, but with me, I got it. So no, I don't down talk myself like that. Like because I'm him. So I feel like she's doing what she's supposed to do to make sure she get a second chance to do it.
Willie affirms himself.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I got a stack of proofs that affirmed me. So I mean that's why. Like I'm
Mont
fairly honest about this type of stuff.
So Mont said if you get it too fast, it's a turn off. Willie said
no, if you get it too fast, it can be a turn off. Like that
can be a turn off.
That's a given though. But I doubt that's what happened here. Like they've been hanging out and stuff still after the fact. So that's what I'm saying. He hit it. It was like, that was weak, but she cool. She can bowl. I can take her to Dave and Buster's. Maybe I can turn her into a wingman. Like he may be a smart strategic guy that just, stumbled across some, C-class vagina. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know, but definitely what y'all said was right. Like you shouldn't even have to ask. Like, you already gave up the goods. It's just stupid. Like it's like paying a contractor before you did any work. Everybody know you don't do that. You lost all the leverage. She has no leverage. It's all in his hands, at this point. So hope that he like you. So.
Or she could just flat out ask.
Yeah.
She can't ask now because like it's the thing. So she watched this.
Well,
She know he gonna tell her one of the 3 things we suggested. And I'm not trying to be funny, but women really don't like the truth as much as they say they do. Because if he tells that woman the truth, it's probably gonna break her soul.
That's possible.
oh, that's a good point, Clouds. She should just fault to just whatever it is at this point, because if that's what she want to do. Because,
How do you default to hanging out with someone you let inside of you?
Yeah.
that's
I mean, she could reverse it though. She could reverse it and have him kind of want her a little bit more.
She's not that type because she asked this question, so you already know what type of cloth she cut from.
that's a good point.
Yeah,
because you can't give a guy some box and then kind of pull away, and then have him kind of like, yo, put it in.
Yeah.
If he, but that's the thing, bro. If he's not, I'm trying to think how to say this. In the face of talking about dudes, if he's not a sucker, yeah, he'll do that. But they're not. They're again those types of men. They're not really checking for. But I'm saying, I'm just be honest. Would that have ever worked on you?
Pulling away?
Yeah.
Nah. The only thing that I can say is that in the spaces that I was in, I wasn't looking back at all. I can't tell you where I would be if I was single now, where my head would be, but I wasn't looking back at all before.
Oh.
Like if I hit you, I'm good. Like I keep doing it, but I wasn't about to chase nobody at all, or not even chase, but I'm trying to think. I don't even know. I've never been in that position, and the girl never did that to me.
I've never been motivated by vagina. I've never been more motivated by vagina that I've already had than I was before I had it. It's like that shit is crazy to me. like you said, that contractor shit. I done got paid. Now I'm going home. I don't care how you feel about it. Like,
Right.
what? Oh, so you give me some, and then think I'm gonna work harder after? I got the job now.
Well, we always put ourselves. I say we women. I think that happens to us more often than not.
I don't think it happens to you. I think that you do it to yourselves.
That's what same. I agree. I think a lot of times women do it to themselves and not knowing what it is. And already, like you said, you gave up everything, your innermost parts, just now you out there.
Now
I bet you that I think that maybe, this is just, me thinking outside the box. I think that we can tell a lot about both sides, because if the dude was like one of them ones, she wouldn't even ask the question. She'd be cool just being around him and figuring it out. Like, cause she wouldn't even want to ask the question. But now she's trying to decide, like, dang, should I try to move on? Because he is kind of regular, but I did give him some. So, like, Yonci, please help me. Tell me if this man likes me or not. Even though he's been in my vagina.
No, you know what? I didn't even think about this part. If he's still hanging out with her, it's very possible that he could like her. Because, like, we don't hang out with girls. Like, we just don't do that.
And not trying to smash?
And yeah, like I don't hang out with girls. I don't know what type of guy he is. I'm not hanging out with a girl. Just me and you hanging out, just like, and I'm not trying to smash. I'm just hanging out. We're just going to the museum, like on some friend stuff. That's crazy.
I have not made it a habit of hanging out with women that I am not sleeping with. So
exactly. So that's the thing. He might like her.
Well, what I'm saying is that I don't have to like you, but at least I know at the end of this hanging out, all this. Is that Big Red? Was that a Big Red, Yonci?
Oh, my drink. No. Oh, absolutely not. It's our favorite flavor.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All right. I got excited for a second because, like, damn, Big Red not prepared to be good right now.
It's too sweet for me.
I would have never done that, because if we're gonna sit around here and flip and frolic all day, at the end of the day, at least I know that there's some vagina waiting for me at the end of this, outing rainbow. Bro was just hanging out with her and it's not smashing.
Exactly. That's the point.
That's
the
I
point.
think that I'm not trying. But have you ever tried to get back into mid vagina before?
No. But I've also never decided to hang out with a girl that I've already did it to, and I don't want vagina from her.
Thank you, Nayusi, for
Like,
the
why would you be
show.
around her still?
Hey, I don't that part I can't answer. I think we should just start having both sides of the party come onto the show so we can interview them together.
I would love that.
That would be so dope. I think it would probably also the views would be crazy too. Because
people are too shy though, but I would love that.
Man, I wish I had found this show when I was getting divorced. We could have both came on here and
Listen,
numbers.
I'm telling you.
No, we'd have felt bad for you because you already told us stuff. So you need to nope. I'd have text Yonci like, please end this show today. This is getting bad. End this show, please. Don't save her.
So, side note, so proud of myself for trying something new. Shout out to my guy. You know, he's very disciplined when it comes to eating healthier. And for me, I don't really like chicken unless it's fried. It's so terrible. But he brought out an old tried and true, and they are not sponsoring this episode, but I'm still going to say their name. Y'all heard of Shake and Bake?
Yes.
He brought that out. It's actually good. He did a chicken breast.
Yes, Shake and Bake is the best.
Yeah, Shake and Bake is just the coating. The seasoning and all the other stuff is what make it.
It's pretty good.
I used to shake and bake my ass off when I was a bachelor.
Everything.
What? I would I'd make spaghetti if I had company coming over because I make really good spaghetti.
Ooh.
And then they're too sleepy to want to go home. So like I was strategic about it.
I am done. You like garlic bread, everything.
Texas toast, baby.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll make the garlic bread from scratch and have a dessert.
Oh, not from scratch.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all don't know. Willie can cook.
Oh.
No, he can cook.
I'm just a baker. I can't. I mean, I'll cook.
I can't bake to save my life.
Better than at baking.
Oh my gosh. All right, I gotta share some. Go ahead, Willie. What were you gonna say?
I can't bake to save my life.
How'd you make the bread from scratch? You're not baking bread.
Right.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's it. I can't make cakes, cookies, pies. I don't know about I don't follow instructions well. And then I forget about cookies.
I'm saying, how did you make that cake or make that bread to do garlic bread? Are you talking about you put it in the oven?
No, I buy the bread and I make the spread, the garlic butter.
Oh, the spread. Okay. I was like, dang.
You ain't yeast in it.
No.
Right, that's all like dang.
I make pasta from scratch though. That's why my spaghetti is so good. But like I'm not bread, hell no. No.
My mom she made homemade bread so good. Homemade bread, ice cream. I think I said that on the last show. Really yummy.
Y'all had me so tired last week. We didn't get off till 2:00, child.
How you think tonight gonna go? We got 11 hours on the books, and he just put 15 minutes on there.
3 something. I was like, I might as well do this cake.
She says she's tired, but yet this is what she did, y'all. Look at this cake.
Oh, you made that?
Yeah,
that's what she was making on the show.
I was talking to y'all. I was like,
damn.
Right. This is
what's the ticket? Because I got some birthday parties coming up.
That's fine.
Oh man, that was it took me.
I got a birthday in July that I got to celebrate. So
if you was in Texas,
while watching the show.
It is in Texas. Like I got to go to Dallas for this. So.
Oh yeah, then we can talk, man.
Yeah.
I gotta deliver one in Dallas coming up.
Oh,
Look at Yonci. Thank you, girl.
Plug.
Hey, yeah, send me that picture.
Working employees that don't get paid.
I'll send it to you.
Send me that picture. I want to post it on to all my big back friends.
Aww. Say less. All right,
I'm making pound cake. I'm just making pound cake tonight. $1 million pound cake. Y'all should.
I was just talking about pound cake.
$1 million. If I figure out how to ship it, I'll ship you some. I just haven't been shipping yet.
There's a lady in New Orleans. I had her pound cake and it was so good. It took me back to my childhood. Ended up going back to California. She shipped it to me in California.
I just got to do it.
I wish I was a cake person. I'm not. I'm just not.
Me either. I don't like eating them, Greg. I just like making them.
You should be glad that you're not a cake person because the cake is the devil.
You should get cheesecake. I'm telling you.
I can make cheesecake. I just can't ship cheesecake because that's a
cheesecake is the shit.
I made a Bishkoff one. Y'all know Bishkoff, right? The Bishkoff.
You made a Bishkoff.
A Bishkoff.
I am done. I am done.
Bishkoff cookies, the ones on the plate.
Yeah.
I made a cheesecake one.
I thought you said you made a bitch cough. I was like, well, how do we segue to this? I got a cheesecake coming tomorrow, so I'm excited.
I love some cheesecake now.
Special shipping, it comes on a plane.
Hey, listen, I said I'm not gonna see the right side. I'm not gonna see the other side of 200 pounds ever. So, if I can, I gave it up.
At least you won't blow away when these good winds blow.
Oh no. I'm gonna stick around this 250 for a while. You know, I don't know, I might go to 247 or something, but I like even numbers.
You are stupid. I do like an even number though. Oh my gosh.
Is that the last question? I didn't get to look to today. I was really
that was the last question, but I have some other things that we need.
I was about to say when he said something about his weight, I was gonna be like, well, does weight really matter?
Have you guys heard the girl? People were sending this to me, so I saw it. Did you guys hear about the lady who paid $10,000 for a dating coach and found a husband? Found a husband on Hinge.
I've heard of girls paying $75,000 for dating coaches and just getting ran through. So, like, it could be this. That doesn't surprise me at all.
People were so horrified. Some of the women, and I think it was because the way that maybe the caption, they thought she was like paying for a husband, saying, "I want a husband here. I'm gonna pay $10K," and trying to act like it was thirsty. But what I thought was really cool, and a lot of my peers were saying, is that's amazing if you invest all this money into your education, you invest money into your kids. Why wouldn't you invest money into yourself to become, a woman who attracts the type of partner that you want? And so I think Keisha is frozen. I was like, she is either really serious or she's frozen. Oh, she was frozen. But she met with a dating coach, and she found a lot of the things that she was doing wrong, realized a lot of wounds that she had. And once she started tackling all that, she ended up meeting this guy and they hit it off and she was off the hills, but he helped her a lot even through that process. So let me know in the comments if anybody saw that story. She did a really interesting interview and gave a lot of context to it because she went viral on TikTok for the video where she said she paid $10K for a coach. Any thoughts, anyone? Block it, saw it.
10K. I mean, I get it. I get like investing in yourself. I guess it depends on the type of partner she found. Like, what's his, how much money do he make? What is it like at this point? Like,
Well, she's wealthy herself. She makes over 7 figures. So
okay,
not really relevant.
I guess it's a drop in the bucket at that point.
Yeah.
And then found somebody with a $9.99 monthly subscription on Hinge. Crazy.
But the thing is that she might have fumbled the bag because she was getting coached. She was explaining how she was getting coached through the process. And I can tell you firsthand, stuff that happens and I hear about it, I'm like, do not say that. Do not do that. Oh my God. So you do sometimes you know, but
having to pay that much money to meet a man is like, it's just ridiculous where we are. Like being in this place is crazy.
I feel like if I met a woman and then she was like, "Oh yeah, I paid a dating coach $10,000," I would think something is wrong with her.
Yeah,
something was wrong with her before she had the coaching.
No, I think it still is. That's the point. Because it's kind of like a serial killer going to therapy. He's still a serial killer. He just manages his impulses better.
No, he's right.
What's the difference between that and a business mentorship?
I got a question.
Whoa, easy. A business mentorship is based on you saying mentoring you for your business because that's my space. So like doing business mentorship is me showing someone how to go take their business from one level to another, and it's for money. Like you're paying money to go make money. What she's doing is a outsourced mail order husband type thing, and that's crazy.
She didn't pay to be presented with a
No,
husband.
I know that. I'm just saying the fact is that, like, this is the thing, right?
Even the dog didn't like that.
No, I told him to shut up. I got a shot collar for him, so I'm about to zap his ass. But no, like women who are desirable to men don't have this problem. Like,
but if you're desirable and your behavior pushes them away.
You know, you're not. That means you're not desirable because you're
okay. My bad. My brain translated to attractive, but you said desirable.
No, desirable because she's got to be attractive. That's her number one agency. So like, and no one cares that she's well off either. That actually does worse for her with the type of man that she's going to want anyway.
And she's pretty.
Because when women have that type of money, like they have a hard time putting their dicks down. So then, like, it becomes like a competitive thing when she's dating with a dude who has more money.
Really? Did you say she might be attractive?
No, he was saying she could be, like, meaning it's irrelevant whether she's.
Yeah, it's irrelevant at that point.
Irrelevant if she's.
I said when he said she has to be desirable, my brain went to the synonym attractive, and I ran with that. But then he was like, "No, I literally said the word desirable, which is beyond the physical attraction."
Yonci, women want marriage and men want sex, right? But women want relationships and men want sex, right?
I think.
What if I was a man who told you I paid $10K to be able to have sex with women, to be able to learn how to have sex with women?
I would expect you to be the bomb dog.
But you
no, I would feel a way if I found out you paid $1 to have sex.
Not to have sex, but to acquire skills in order to pick up women. I paid $10K for a class. I went on a retreat with Fresh and Fit. And now.
So putting it that way and making a comparison, there would be a little bit of judgment, like, why couldn't you figure that out?
Yeah, like, why couldn't you figure out how to get women? Not that hard, right? That's kind of like the same with women of, like, your goal is to, find a man to marry you. You don't have to do anything. That's the thing. There's nothing to do. Just like you're born, if you're slightly pretty, cool, all you got to do is not give up your box a lot.
But that's the thing. You said there's not a lot to do. The problem that women have is they overthink and they do too much. So it's not that it's complicated what they're supposed to do. If it wasn't complicated, I would have no job security. It is very simple, but it's also simple to lose weight. It's that it's all the mental stuff that they have an issue with. It's the lack of self-control, the low, not valuing themselves, having, a low self-worth in their mind. It's not the actual thing that's the problem. It's not hard to meet a man.
I got a question. I don't know if this is relevant or not, but do we know how long?
It's always relevant.
Do we know how long she was with the dating coach? Like how long, like that? Because I think that matters too.
Nope. She spent $10,000. I don't give a shit if it was a day, if it was a week or a year.
One program was like 6 months long. She took 2 programs. She took there's like he has 2 different programs and one is 6 months. So it was more than 6 months. I don't know how long the second program was.
Yonci, you're in the wrong business. Like you are in the wrong business. Like you are in the wrong business.
But I'm in the same business as she went to.
No, you're not. You're not paying. I promise you. If that woman had said I spent $10K with Yonci, I'd have been like, it's still weird, but I kind of understand because she's good.
So Willie, question.
K is a lot.
So Willie, what's the appropriate number to pay for a date?
Nothing. Get your shit together and be a woman.
For this woman, I'm saying in general for this.
No, there's nothing. So this is the thing, bro. There's nothing that she's gonna do for it. Like there's nothing she could have done. Because I really want to see the dude that picked her. Like that's one thing I want to see because I know there's a lot of dudes out here that's trying to secure a bag.
Maybe she paid for a confidence boost.
Hey, I don't do maybes, bro. So like all the hypothetical shit, I'll leave that to the women.
Willie,
what I'm saying is that a woman who spent $10,000 to be coached onto how to be desirable and find a man, there is a fundamental issue wrong with her. I'm not going for it at all. That's the same thing as like you might just say it. A dude paying $10 grand to learn how to eat box. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that is the corniest, lamest, like most unattractive. Like she need to take that shit to her grave.
Would it have been better if she said I spent 10K in therapy?
Yeah.
Of course. Because therapy's working on herself. Like her inner shit, the stuff that's making her not desirable as a therapist. She went to a dating coach. That she could have went to a fucking. He's a male madam, as far as I'm concerned.
So this is where I will argue and see if this makes any sense to you, and it might not, and you might go the same way. What happens, I think, when you think of self-improvement for men, a lot of it is this is how you get laid. Like, here are pickup lines, here are things that if you just paid attention over time, you'd figure out. With women, though, a lot of it is tied very closely to therapy, to the point where I tell people there's therapy, which can kind of tell you how you got here. And then they bring you, let's say you're at -10, they bring you to 0. Like, we bring you to whole, and now you're at the starting point that you should have been at, like if everything was even, because you're at a deficit before therapy. When you get a coach, it takes you from you're in a healthy space to now I'm speeding up the process of getting where you want to go. So what happens with women is a lot of them don't understand men. That, yes, Blondie. That's why I was laughing when he said that. A lot of women don't understand men, and they think that men are like them. For example, if they really like a guy, they start performing, overperforming, not realizing that's actually a turnoff. Mont said it perfectly. He's like, if it was super, super easy, that would turn me off. Like, why is this chick trying so hard to, I didn't have to work for this or whatever. Not understanding the competitive nature of men, liking, they value what they've had to earn, within reason and all that stuff. So there's a lot that women are just not educated on. And what I have found in teaching my course, I've taught almost 100 girls at this point, that most of their problems are rooted in ignorance about men and a lack of self-love.
Yonci,
So they allow anything to happen.
do you consider yourself more than a dating coach?
Do I consider myself more than a dating coach?
Yeah.
I don't necessarily. I mean, I take on roles like, I'm caring, and people say that, they can tell I have a heart for this. So, I wouldn't say I'm like just a dating coach, but I do think that that title encompasses what I teach. I teach women how to become the best version of themselves so that they can be happy and hopefully get a man.
Does it feel like therapy sometimes?
Oh, 100%. 99% of it feels like therapy.
So
women are crying, I'm crying. Like, it's very emotional, very eye-opening. When you go through testimonials, it sounds like they went through a therapy session. And a lot of girls will go to therapy with me at the same time. So they'll be like, oh my God, my therapist just said that, or my therapist said the same thing. And so with women, I say, if you're really, really, really struggling, and I hate to say this like someone's a worst case, but it's almost like somebody who has a little skin irritation, you could go to a general practitioner. But if they have like a severe skin situation, you probably want to go to a dermatologist. So for somebody who has like slight issues, I'll say, I can work with you. But if it's severe, like they have trauma, they have PTSD, they were abused, like there's some really heavy stuff that I'm going to leave to the professionals as far as therapy. But a lot of women, they'll do the therapy to just get a baseline, and now they want to get more specific on their romantic life. And so I tell them, if you haven't gone through therapy but you need it, you're probably going to need it before you even start my course, so you can even hang with us. Because a lot of this is rooted in you have to have self-love, confidence, and all that stuff. Long-winded.
They have these same things for men, like male pickup, that teach like men pickup lines and stuff, and women crucify those men for using those, for paying men to teach them how to do that. It's no different.
I think there is a difference. That's why I made the comparison. I don't think this is the same as somebody trying to figure out how to get laid and wanting to know pickup lines, things to use, because that to me is like a cheesy thing.
So but why though? Because it's the thing. They're both doing the exact same thing. Trying to be taught how to get what the other sex controls.
No, that is similar. I'm not going to say it's not the same. The difference is this is making her become a well-balanced person. This guy, it's just giving him sales tactics. So it would, to me, the equivalent of somebody doing pickup lines for a guy would be me being the sprinkle lady
Well,
and
Yonci, I
teaching women
disagree.
how to get in his bag. That would be a comparison, I would say.
I disagree because I think that makes him a more well-rounded man. Not
I was about to say the
pickup
same
lines.
thing.
Pickup lines is not how you get women, but actually being able to talk to women, having that skill of being comfortable, being confident.
But we're
Like
talking
those-
specifically about pickup lines. That's where I made the comparison.
Well, pickup lines, that don't work.
I know. That's why I would judge someone if he spent 10 grand to learn pickup lines. That's what.
But let's just say he spent 10 grand to learn how to pick up women. Like, not to marry them, but like, hey, I just want to meet women and I want to have sex with them. And right now I don't know how to do that.
So I was giving you my honest feedback. I said I would probably judge that because part of what I would find attractive in a man is that he possesses those kinds of skills. So here's the thing. I wouldn't want to announce that. Like, let's say, for example, if I found out that my person had done that, I would probably want him to keep that to himself. Like, whatever you do is like you eat the hot dog, but you don't want to see the hot dog factory. Like, I would, and I tell the women, don't ever tell a man you're in a dating course. I tell them that. Don't ever talk about it. Don't ever take what I've told you and then go back to your guy and be like, do you believe, is this true? Don't. Like, there's no need to show someone, just like you wouldn't need to take someone to a therapy session. Like, I just think that some things should be private. What you know.
Therapy different, but he'd be like, damn, is my chick lame? Like,
Yeah, that's exactly what I would think. If we met and say I'm a dude that she's talking to, and we married, I'm like, oh, I had a dating coach when we got together. I look at her differently.
This is why it's really hard for me to get people comfortable enough to do testimonials, although they will anonymously give them and sing my praises, because there is a stigma to wanting to get help. But here's the thing. I got help. I paid for books. My room is lined with books. My dad gave me books. I've listened to countless videos. I've educated myself.
That's different. You did it yourself. You're self-made.
But when you pay someone, all you're doing is speeding up the process.
Listen, I understand how it goes, but what I'm saying is that, like, the same thing with guys. When you wanted some vagina, you speed up the process by paying a prostitute. But it's still bad. It's still shamed. It's just the female version of that now. Like, I don't, mind you, right? Huge fan of, love and all that stuff. The thing is that women should not need to go through that many hoops that this lady did. We're talking about 10,000 of them to find a husband, because I'm happy that you got the money, baby. I love that you got the money, but you spent $10,000 to meet me. You could have just took your ass to Home Depot.
Not 10,000 to meet you. 10,000.
No, my point was, the goal was for her to find a husband. She spent $10,000 in that to that end. I'm the husband, so that's why I said to meet me. She could have went to Home Depot for free.
I was gonna say, who's to say that? I mean, like you said, she spent $10,000 to find that husband. I just hope he's,
I hope he don't sign a prenup.
I hope she didn't be like, well, I spent this money on, I don't know if it was like she went on dates or maybe, I don't know how she found him, but I would just be like,
it was Hinge.
Yeah, she could have just went got it, and she probably got an Android. So, like, she could have definitely just downloaded the app. It's like $9.99 or something a month, and
you can actually get on it for free.
Women can.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I'm not a Hinge, connoisseur or anything, but
I am.
I bet. But even for example, right? When I hear girls talking about they're going on Tinder dates, immediately I judge them. Because Tinder
dating apps used to be a stigma, Willie. You just made me think about that. Dating apps just 20 years ago, there was a huge stigma with dating.
Tinder should be, because Tinder is a hookup app. So if a girl's I got a Tinder date, I know she giving up on the first date. So you can't never take that one serious.
No, I know that Tinder definitely has a stigma, because I do too. Tinder, if I hear Tinder, it's almost like Craigslist. But what I'm saying
pretty much what's on there.
but I feel like dating apps used to be a stigma. Dating apps used to be, if you were on a dating app, you must be some loser in your mom's basement with a lot of cats and you play Minecraft. Like, that was the stigma, or a serial killer.
You just described my children. Damn. in the basement playing Minecraft. Like, oh, hey, go outside and touch some grass. My bad.
I think it's really a coincidence. I don't think one really had to do with the other, honestly. She could have been on Hinge and did exactly what had the same result without spending the $10,000.
She got to put this in that box, that same box that women put having slept with 200-300 men, having had like 15, 16 baby unalivings. Like there's a box that y'all have to keep stuff that you take with you to your grave. This should go in that box.
I think dating coaches for women is low key like just a form of therapy, like because therapists not really telling you how to be a better person, but dating coaches are. They're telling you like, yo, you can't do that. Men don't like that. Like you can't, this is how you be a better partner, stuff like that. Therapist is gonna kind of get you to bring stuff out, but they're probably gonna try not to really tell you how to be. But I think a lot of women do need dating coaches because a lot of just average typical woman, they got an inflated head. They think they got more leverage than they do. They think they worth more than they are. So it's probably a good idea. It's like a form of therapy, I think. Or you're really just kind of fixing problems with them.
If she had did this when she was younger, like in her prime, I think it'd be more noble because she's trying to get help when she's in her prime. But this really is all she's doing is the same thing. Wait until it's over with, going to church and trying to become a Christian. Like it's the same. The timing is the same. She waits till she says it's too late, or she's been doing this for so long that now it's not working. Okay, well I'm 40, 45. Let me go give my life to a dating coach to find me.
I think she was in her 30s. She stayed with a guy for 12. No, I think she was in her 40s. Early 40s though, but she stayed with the guy for 12 years and he never married her, and she realized she wasted a lot of time, and therapy helped her realize why she was willing to stay for so long.
I hate when people say that. I hate when people say he never married her.
See, Yonci, this is my thing, right? This is probably like the stiffest pushback you could ever get from me. That man, she didn't prove to be a wife. It's not his fault. Like, when people say he didn't marry like he was supposed to, like that's not fair. It's not fair. He didn't marry her. There is a reason why he didn't marry her.
It just sounds like you're putting fault on him.
Yeah, because there's no fault on his, because they were both complicit in that relationship, and she didn't prove to be a wife to him, not generally speaking, but to the man she was with.
That was the clarification I was looking for.
That's on her.
Yes, like, he wasn't motivated to marry her, and she was okay sticking around without.
She didn't motivate him to marry her. Because again, when you motivate us, we tend to do it.
So I got a friend. This is not a story about me, but I have a friend.
I mean, it's a story about her.
I say it's about me. I ain't got no shame.
Her name's the same as the singers, and
no, I have an ex-friend who was dating a guy friend of mine. They were together for 7 years. Right? They just broke up. I don't know, maybe a year and a half ago. 7 years they dated, right? He might have been he met her in the army. He met her, she was in the early 20s. He was in the early 30s. So they have about a 10-year difference in age, right? Now she's in her 30s. They have broken up. He's in his 40s, right? So she just got engaged by someone else in this city, right? And they've been together for a year. So he's going to tell me, I think she moved too fast, right? And it made me think of what Willie said, that some of my friends in our friend group said he moved too slow. Like, why did it take him 7 years and somebody found her worth within a year and now she's getting married?
Because he met that man's standards and not his. Like, so what? Like.
He's like, it goes both ways.
This is what kills me. It's like, those are one of those platitudes that women just get when they get older and start, trying to start over and shit again. It's like, oh, like I've been engaged 4 or 5. So what? Like, we got to stop applauding the fish for swimming.
So I only asked that because, like you said, she didn't prove herself to be worthy, right?
To him.
To him.
To him.
What I'm saying is, so to this 1 year man that she's been with, she's proven herself to him though.
Yeah, his standards may be higher, Maybe she got her shit together. Or a lot of times, his standards are just lower, or his priorities are different. Either way, just because, for example, like getting a degree from Harvard is significantly harder than getting one from Texas Southern. Like the requirements are significantly higher, but this Harvard degree is more prestigious. Maybe she went to Harvard, couldn't cut it, and now she's at TSU and she's valedictorian. Like,
so I have a different stance. Sometimes it's just about compatibility. I had somebody who felt like I was too talkative and too affectionate. And he ended up finding someone. We never got in an actual relationship, but we, there was like chemistry there. But he quickly found someone and married her. And I asked him about her, and he said she's very low. Like the men's side could be low too. Like her expectations were very low of him. She didn't require a lot of affection. She wasn't very bubbly, so she didn't. So they matched. So I don't necessarily think that people not getting married is because something's wrong with one person. They might not be a good match. I had a client who recently, she's the type of person, if there's a conflict, she wants to talk about it, move on. The guy needs days and days and days to process, and he pulls back and gives, kind of like cold energy, and he's very inconsistent with his energy. That might work for somebody. It didn't work for her. I don't necessarily think that someone has to be the blame. It's just these two, when they came together, did not make a good team.
But
yeah, I think
you said that he didn't marry her, that assigned the blame to him. And then 12 years is a long time. Not trying to be funny, but anything after 2, 3, that time clock, there is no blame. You're both guilty. You're complicit.
Oh, I agree 100%. Nobody had tied her to a stake somewhere. They got comfortable. They had mutual friends. The families all knew each other. There was a lot.
12 years is a long time.
12 years a slave.
Yeah, like I've done 12. It's been almost 12 since I got out of the military. 12 years is a long time. There's no way.
it's been 12 years. Oh my God, yeah, I was young.
I'm gonna stay with one woman for 12 years, and we not be married. Like you got to have some leverage on me to make sure I stay around that long. At that point, that's crazy.
That's a lot.
I think this whole thing of like we gotta really get like women out of this like childish mindset of like, if you end up not being with a person, that is his fault. Like we gotta get them out of that. Like, oh, my friend was with this person for 7 years. They didn't end up getting married. The next guy married her. Automatically, we just assume that it was the other guy's fault or why they weren't married. I just think that's crazy.
I don't.
It's crazy. Most women do. I think it's great. Like, I think it's crazy. Like that woman could have.
He doesn't want to be with her. He should move on.
Yeah, but maybe they just. Who knows how he felt about marriage? And for one, like I'm 32, right? Mm-hmm. 7 years from now, I'll be almost basically 40. So it's like, if you just met a 40-year-old man, yeah, he might want to marry you in a year. Like he on a different place in life where he's just like, yo, I'm trying to get married. And
but you have to be aligned. If her preference is to be married within 2 years, and for you can imagine hypothetically, you couldn't imagine getting married in less than 5. That means you're not aligned. It doesn't mean he's a bad person. It means you're not aligned. So if I had a client who said I'm with the guy, but he's kind of like he's in the building phase and he doesn't really, I'd be like, you shouldn't be with him. And if you're meant to be, you will find each other later. But don't waste your fertile years on somebody that is not on your timeline.
I agree.
So,
they definitely blame the women, because that was the first thing, like Mont said, the first thing all the women said was, well, why he didn't marry her within 7 years, And then now they say, well, it's only been a year, so he must have saw her worth, basically.
Yeah, like what? It's crazy.
A lot of the women in that same circle saying, well, why you didn't marry him, but he did. Well,
we just be assigning every woman worth. Every woman gets assigned worth. Like it's just crazy. I hate it when people ask Deja why she's not married yet, and assume that I'm the problem. Like what? What if she's a bad person? Like
then we would say that's weird that you're dating a bad person.
No. I don't even be around. Like she'll be out, and somebody will ask her like, "Why you not married yet?" She'll be at a work event or something like that because they see her and she cute. That's it.
What I'm saying is, if they think, "Why aren't you married yet?" and you said,
Because you're a bad person.
Oh, you're
No.
saying
Yeah.
maybe she's not even in a relationship and not with anybody because she could be a
No.
bad
Let's
person.
say she tells them like, "Hey, I got a man," you know, and they're
Right.
like, "Yo, why he didn't marry you? Why y'all not married yet?" They're assuming that it's me. She could be a bad
And that's-
person.
I know,
She
but
could
what
be a
I'm
bad
saying
person.
is, why would she be in a relationship if she's a bad person? If he sees enough value in her to
Because
be
she's
with
pretty
her-
and men stay in relationships with pretty girls.
A ton of women are bad people in relationships.
No, I said, why would he be in a relationship with her? Why would a man look at this woman and say, I know she's a bad
There's
person, but I want to be in a relationship with her?
There's thousands of men, thousands. It's millions of men probably in bad relationships with women that are bad people. Yeah, that's why you got a job, because women are bad people. You got to tell
No,
them how to
I'm
be.
not incredulous that there are women who are bad. That's not what I'm shocked by. What I'm saying is, I don't feel bad for a dude who stays with a bad woman. Just like
Oh
I don't
yeah,
feel bad for a chick who stays with a bad dude. That's
oh
a
yeah,
sign that someone needs therapy. If they're
that's
going to
true.
stay in a relationship,
But in this scenario, people are making the assumption that that
Maybe it's
girl,
a men
because she's
problem.
pretty, is a good girl, or she's
that
a
part I
good girl.
don't disagree with you on. That you don't.
Yeah.
I just have an issue with she's in a relationship, but the guy thinks she's the bad.
Well,
She's not bad.
what if he's giving her an opportunity to grow?
That's what my friend, the one that was with her, the girl for 7 years, he said that's what he was doing. They was working on. They was doing a lot of things that she wasn't there at that point, I guess.
I don't believe in that. Personally, for me, I don't believe in that. I've seen people go through, you just become ragged emotionally. Because if you're waiting for this person to grow up, you're waiting for this person to mature, you're waiting for this person to stop being defensive, you're waiting for this person to take accountability. By the time they actually get there, your emotions, I think, will be ragged. This is what happened to me. When I finally started to have the realization that, dang, I'm a big part of the problem in my marriage, I had to face the reality that I have stressed this man out so much. I don't think that even if he wanted to, he could ever love me the way that I would want. Like, I want a man to look at me and be like, oh, that's my queen. I think at that point, he would just be tolerating me.
Mhm.
Did y'all go through
So I
therapy?
walked away.
Did y'all go through therapy?
I pushed for it, but I tried to talk more. We attended sessions. Yes, we were present at sessions.
Not enough.
This is what I will say. I try to be limited, like I said. I don't think that the energy he showed up in was conducive to us actually getting help. And I also don't think that we had a good therapist. The reason why I say this is because I do think that there's truth. And one of the things I do in my coaching, I will call people out and I warn them ahead of time. Like, I'm not that person who will just be like, tell me how you feel. I will call you out. That was wrong. You should never speak to a man that way. Or, dude, that's messed up. You shouldn't be coming home at 3 a.m. Like, I will give an opinion and be like, this, I give that. And I think most counselors try to be politically correct. But most people, if you took a poll, like the majority of people would agree on certain things being disrespectful or unreasonable or whatever. And so I feel like there was too much just tell me your story. And it's like, no, like if someone's doing something wrong, they need to be told they're doing something wrong. And also I would say this, what I have learned and deduced from the statement, what you will, I believe that for a relationship to be successful, both people have to believe that there is room for improvement. If one out of the two people thinks I've got it all figured out and they're 100% the problem, you will never have a successful relationship.
What if the other person is 90% the problem?
Then I don't think you should be together.
80?
I think that will cause a lot of strain. I do. That's why I think you should be balanced. And I've been on both sides. I have been the person who was trying to be patient, and that's what I said. God has a funny sense of humor because he showed me what I put my ex-husband through, which is why I called him crying hysterically and apologizing. I've repeatedly done that because I'm like, oh my God, I see what that's like. And I said, I don't know how you do put hands on me because like, oh, you get frustrated, you know. So I think that if you've done a lot of work and you're accountable and you're in control of your emotions, and this person just gets defensive and they're prideful and they're hypocritical, that's the big one. I feel like you will be really angry. And then here's the other thing. So let's say you have a really developed person who's got 10% growth needed, and this person needs 90% growth. The 90% growth person is going to be resentful of the person who's saying you need to grow, because they're going to feel like you're always picking on me. Oh, it's always me. Oh, you think you're perfect. They're going to feel this way. And then the person who just has maybe a little bit of normal stuff to grow, they're going to be like, oh my God, I got to walk on eggshells because this person is so sensitive and defensive. And it, like, nobody wins. That's why I say you need someone who's about the same, or the person who is struggling admits and goes, look, I'm rough around the edges. I'm willing to work. I'm willing to, do what it takes.
Yeah, I think a lot of women are that way, and I think they just gotta have that eureka moment. Whenever it is. Some women might have it too late. Some women might have it earlier, but they gotta have that eureka moment of like, oh snap, like I'm neurotic. Oh God, I just be flipping out and all this type of stuff, and I don't know how to be a partner. I'm like, I'm narcissistic, but I think this other person's a narcissist.
Right.
If they had to live with themselves, their head would explode.
Yeah, they gotta have that eureka moment. So I don't know. If it's a man, it's different. I don't know, but I think most women are just that way for the most part. Depending on how cute they are.
Yeah, it takes a lot to be able to see yourself. It really takes a lot. And there has to be a desire. And unfortunately for humankind, there typically has to be a loss. There has to be a loss, or a perceived loss, or a fear of a loss. So either they lost the relationship they really wanted. And this happens to men too, men who are maybe what do they call it? Not anxious attached, avoidant attached, or men who are not emotionally in tune. It usually takes a really devastating heartbreak. The ones that turn around, you hear the story all the time. I lost the love of my life, and then I realized I need to, whatever, with the woman, I didn't appreciate him enough. And then I realized it usually takes a devastation. And for me, my devastation was just my partner shutting down completely. Like, he was a robot to me. Happy, loving, alive with the kids. And then me, it was like, blah, 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 blah. Like, it was like a death, like a death relationship. So I don't think that if I hadn't experienced that, I don't think that I would have had a motivation to grow. Because as people, we typically need motivation. And that's why, if you want to go deep with it, spiritually speaking, people talk about why would a good and loving God allow certain things to happen? Because he understands human nature. And a lot of times it takes a devastation to turn things around.
I don't know about that one.
I figured you wouldn't. What'd you say, Keisha?
Everybody has free will. That's why.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You got free will unless you die as a baby.
Adults.
True.
You have free will to do the things that you have choices that you can make. Yes. You can't control what happens to you, but you have control in the situation. Okay, so here is my question. People learn best when they've been burned. Yes, I agree, unfortunately.
Whoa.
Not STD.
Not when they were burning.
I never had an STD, but trust me, I learned plenty about seeing them pictures.
Oh, yeah, right? In the class, that was hard.
I did not want Mufasa in my pants. That was crazy. Like,
I did not.
Ew.
Okay, so question for you guys. Last week, y'all had a record. Y'all sent me to tears last week with your generous, not even love offerings actually were all-time high too as well. But with the show extensions. So we have a little bit of a situation. Of course, you guys know that for me, it's motivating to go overtime because we got the show extensions and all that stuff. We have 6 hours and 22 minutes from the last show, not counting the 50 that I obviously just paid today. So my question for you is, how would you guys feel about doing some bonus shows and doing that? Because otherwise we basically would just be already pushed into like mid-May, and That's kind of want. So what do you guys think about that? We'll do a vote in the comments and see what you guys think. So bonus show, you could put bonus. And then if you say no bonus, but no bonus, and that means that we just don't do any show extensions. So bonus or no bonus. There are 14 people in the comments, so there needs to be 14 votes, right? Not the loud
So when
alarm.
you
That ain't me.
So the bonus would be having an additional show, like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and we just have it's all fun. Like we're just going through trending topics and things like that.
That's not my phone.
Okay, Greg didn't realize his audio was on. So
Oh.
I was like, who is that? Oh,
so he
like,
said we want marathon Yonci and friends. So we could have a marathon. It would just be on a different night than Thursday. We would still have the Thursday. Okay. Yeah. So Blondie, we got one vote for the bonus show. Actually, let me write this down so I don't lose mine. Okay. So bonus show or just or no bonus, which means it just keeps adding and rolling over. So I guess we would say bonus or rollover. Rollover means we do our normal format and it's paid for like weeks on end. Or bonus is
that'll mean it'll never end, really.
Hey, I have a question. Why are we letting people vote on something they didn't pay for?
I knew you were gonna say that. Doggone it.
I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't remember Blondie being in that list, nor Naishi was in there. So yeah, I'm typically like, you got to be a registered voter to vote in America, and for Yonci and friends, if you ain't put in, I'm saying shh.
I mean, I am curious to see what the people say, but
yeah, there was a lot of people that day.
No, you do have a valid point, but a lot of people did do love offerings that day. That in addition, but your point, I do agree with your point. All right, so bonus or rollover. Quickly, you guys put your votes in so we could see.
Well, the people who gave the most are on the call, so you really probably need to ask them literally. Like,
oh, I'm going to, but I have a feeling I know what they're gonna say. Yes, Blondie, that's why, because she asked us.
Right.
All right, y'all. We gotta get these quickly. Gotta get these votes in. So go ahead and vote. What do you pick? Do you want a bonus? I know y'all are texting. You're not slick.
Oh, we say roll over.
Oh, that's what you're having it. All right, so we have one vote for rollover. Okay. Let's see. You haven't voted, Mont. What's your vote?
Oh, what are we voting at?
So two options. We can do. So you guys paid for the time, but the time can either happen on a bonus show where we just do like how we do overtime on the show. What we cover after the topics will just be us hanging out, having fun. So it'd be a separate day. That would be a vote for bonus. Or rollover would mean that we just keep going with the regular shows and it just counts as overtime, and then it will just keep going into like May or whatever.
Oh yeah, you can add an hour to each show.
Because some of us we have things to do on normal nights. We can't be pulled away every night by Yonci,
True. Although it would be just one night. It wouldn't be an ongoing.
It would be like a Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah, it would be. So let's say if we did this, right? We have 6 hours. So if we had 6 hours, we could do one bonus show. So we could do it from like 7 to 12 and knock it all out and just have a bunch of fun and everyone plan for that date. Or we would be sprinkling, adding 2 hours here, adding 2 hours here, adding 2 hours there until we get caught up.
Rollover.
All right. So Mont is picking rollover. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Falake, what are you voting for? Bonus, one big bonus live stream, or sprinkle the rollover minutes to the next coming weeks? Y'all are slow on this vote. We only got 4 votes. There are 13 people left. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. I feel like I need the do. Okay, bonus. We got another vote for bonus. All right. Thank you, Falake. That caffeine kicked in. I was just too tired. All right. I think I'm going to put this that music up. I cannot remember what this thing is called. I put those little sound effects, but I could never remember what the name of the app is called. That's terrible because the ad name has nothing to do with the word sound effects or anything like that. Okay, Keisha voted. Nice. She wants to do roll them over, so make them last for a couple of weeks. Okay. Okay.
I just think like, and the reason I just want to share why I think so. I was, if you do one show that's 6 hours long, I feel like it will feel more forced because this show, that bonus is for this specific on it, but how we sometimes end up always going over, I think it gives that more genuine, or it'll just I don't know, it just rolls over. That's what I think.
We are 3-3 right now. So 6 people voted, and there are 13 people on the show. So keep those votes coming in.
Y'all ever went on vacation to a resort and they tried to like sell you that
timeshares?
It's not a timeshare, but they got like their little program get you to come back to their resorts and stuff.
Yep.
So I did like a little trial version of it. But I haven't actually used any other vacations because like I've been getting so many credit card points, like I don't even have to pay for vacations no more. So like I have it, but
you don't like them?
It's not that I don't like it. I just I don't know. I just pay for it. I probably don't even need it.
You don't. So me and my ex used to always go to those. And once I think I'm a professional vacation person. Like I'm the person who I find the flights, I put all that in. And the last time we went to where did we go? Mexico. And we was like, let's just go in here. And we just went in there just to get the extra $200 so we can go on an excursion, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I shut that lady down something serious because she offered this and this and this and this and this and this and this. But I had already done my research in what we paid to even get there. And it came off a lot cheaper. Like I love Expedia vacations. Like I love their packages, all that. I had to shut that lady down. And you know what she said? When she realized we weren't getting nothing, she looked and said, they ain't got no money. She looked at somebody else and said, they ain't got no money in Spanish.
She said that?
I could have went upside her head.
What was up? Was you at?
Secrets.
Which one?
Sandals.
Which one?
Is it Sandals or Secrets?
No, they're both two different resorts, but they're both they're by different people. But
where
you at?
Okay.
Yeah, Secrets got a lot. Secrets is owned by Hyatt now. But they used to be.
I've never heard nobody say Hyatt. Why are you supposed to say it?
How are you supposed to say it? How you supposed to say it?
Hyatt.
Yeah, Hyatt.
Oh, Hyatt.
Hyatt or Hyatt?
Hyatt. It sounds foreign, more foreign.
I'm ghetto.
No, that sounded a little bougie. That sounded like Tarjay.
I'm gonna keep saying it that way then.
Well, while we were waiting on some votes, y'all, did y'all see Sinners? That was I loved it.
Yeah, everyone's telling us to go, so we're planning to go see it. Some people are like, I will go see it again.
I will go again. I was just about to say
you gotta go see it in IMAX though.
Really?
Someone else did the same thing. They want to go back, but watch it in IMAX this time.
And I am going to do that.
They just asked me to see it tomorrow, so maybe I'll find some IMAX.
It's good, y'all. I was like, man.
Yeah, if you ain't seen it yet, Mom, go watch it in IMAX, bro.
I'm gonna see it this weekend in IMAX just because you said that.
Yeah, Sinners is probably the best movie I've seen in the past 10, 15 years.
Oh shit. What's your favorite movie?
My favorite movie? Breaking 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Me too, Willie.
Oh, y'all older than me. I don't know nothing about that.
You don't know about ozone.
So the thing is, right? I've watched every movie that's won an Oscar or an Emmy. I'd say for the past 20 years, right? Like that's how I know I go watch those movies on purpose.
Okay.
And that said, it's the best movie I've seen in the past 10, 15 years.
Interesting. Damn.
Like, yeah. Especially for what it's for. Yeah, yeah.
Kenny need to update it. He's talking about rollover for what? He must have been out in that.
Oh, they got a Minecraft movie?
Yeah, it came out last week.
Hey, it's got some weird shit. It's got some weird stuff in that movie for kids too, though.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah. I watched it. Was like, wait, what? What? Have you seen that movie Sausage Party?
Oh.
Yeah.
Man, my son was like, Dad, can I watch Sausage Party? And I was doing something and I was half-ass paying attention. The Sausage Party didn't even catch me, right? Because that sounds weird too. But I was like, yeah. So then I'm listening to I heard something. He was like, hey, you want to put two sausages in one hole? And I was like, what the fuck? I had to get up and walk in his room to see what he was watching. And I watched the movie. It was like they was at the grocery store orgy scene. That's what I walked in on, and I was like, no, I need you to get out of either turn this off. I don't want to hear your mama's mouth because you're going to repeat this. Yeah, talk about a glory hole. I'm like, bro.
Damn. Oh,
no. He was like 5, so that's when they repeat everything.
What does it mean? What do laser at IMAX mean versus filmed for IMAX? What's the difference? Picture a better world. What the hell?
Don't give me the line.
Centers.
Hey, so listen, I got an idea, right? So I have an idea. Instead of doing the rollover, I mean, it's cool, right? But that just means that we're just gonna be here extra early, extra later. I mean, later than normal. So like a one-off, bonus show, and then maybe on that bonus show we talk about trending topics that are still related to dating, not what I'm saying, the Kardashians' marriage, because those are just as fickle as wet toilet paper. But something like that, then that'll give her a chance for the algorithm to pick it up and start showing the different things, and she can drop the hashtags and all the other stuff in there. So then that keeps the shows at the regular 2-hour mark, basically how she already has them set up, and then the bonus show could be something a little different format, and then maybe she can give her a chance to test that out too.
So that's along the lines of what I was thinking, because people send me videos all the time of things that are trending topics and things like that. But by the time we get to Thursday, it's kind of dead. So I could line up a bunch of the viral stuff and we could be talking about that. It just wouldn't be the formal format of 5 topics. We would jump right into basically the after party vibe. People get cocktails.
Yeah, maybe start an after party, an after hour show.
Question: have y'all ever figured out what's the best seats in a movie theater? I never figured that out yet. I'm
top middle.
Top middle, except if what happens to me and Monte happened, which pissed me off. So I always do top middle because you have the best vantage point. You can see everything.
All the way in the back.
All the way in the back. But I went to a theater and it was like a bus. It was just long and narrow. So we were in the back, but it was basically just being really far from the screen. I was like, when have you ever seen a theater where all the seats are on the same level? Normally the seats go up like stadium seats. So there was no elevation. There was no point. You just were in the back. So I was pissed, but they let us change the seats. So
I'm a back
make it so that you know that they're stadium seating.
G, F, or G. That's usually about on all the movie theaters. F is E to G be the best one, or F to G, F to H. That's what it is. In the middle.
Okay, I have another topic. You guys have probably heard this. Blondie actually reminded me. Have you guys seen the show? Lacheris had this. Sorry, friend, but we are going to talk about this. On his show, Dear Future Wifey, he had a couple come on. He is a pastor, and he had his wife come on with him. And he talked about how he was before he was a pastor, but he was wild. And in the video, he was pretty disparaging of his wife, whether he realized it or not. For example, saying my type is 125, and when I met her, she was 175. She's not my type, and normally I go for this and this, but she's this. And then I guess he didn't want black, and then he said she was the wrong color. And then he said, well, dang, why did you get with her? And he said, because she was 5 minutes away and the other girls were 30 minutes. Like there was so much disparaging stuff. So how many of you in the comments saw the episode for one? We can discuss that. But essentially, he went viral because she was telling the story about how she was ironing clothes for him while he was going out to see his mistress, I guess. I didn't see the whole episode. I've just seen the clip. So pardon me. I didn't really do that. They discussed things.
Did future wife had him on the show?
That's why they were mad at him. Like, why would you bring him? I should actually go to his episode so I can see the comments, because the ladies were like, this should not be something that you should be talking about to women who are coming on here trying to get advice and stuff like that. So let me go on here.
That's wild.
Very wild. Okay, so it was, and I'm going to hold it up so you can see what they look like.
Oh, let me see.
Oh, yeah. It said, you've watched the Reggie and Kelly Steele video go viral. Join me live as we unpack the moments that have the internet buzzing. So people were not happy. And so I guess they were trying to say it was just a clip. Okay, it wasn't a clip, though. I watched the full episode, and I don't think the message they were sending was a good one. As a fan of the show, I just feel like they weren't vetted very well. Not trying to tussle, just my opinion. It says, I feel a lot of people didn't like the story because he mistreated her in the beginning, but people change. God changes people, but everyone doesn't have a perfect relationship story. My friend did a review on this, and she said, this isn't all about how he was before. He said he was still saying certain things in present tense that were not edifying to her. Like, it wasn't like I was trash and I did it. It sounded like it was still. Giving this couple of platform was just wrong. The issue was his responses and his disposition. He didn't sound remorseful. That's what I was going to say. That's what I was trying to say. He didn't sound remorseful, nor did he take accountability. He continued to laugh and still humiliated her in the podcast. They said this, and still making disrespectful jokes in church about his cheating, laughing along with Lateris. The message missed. It felt icky. Yeah. So whoever saw this episode, what were your thoughts? Halaki said yes, it was just all over the place. Blondie said it was wild.
I might have to go back and watch it because I usually watch the episodes.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, what do you?
Why do we hate honesty?
What do you expect from a pastor? I mean, this don't shock me.
Oh,
because he's a pastor. Pastors are more and more often becoming the biggest scumbags out here right now. So I'm not shocked.
Where's my disclaimer?
Why do we hate honesty? Jacob said, why do we hate honesty? He was being honest. So
right. I don't think that they were upset that because there have been tons of people who came on and talked about how they acted poorly, but they came on remorseful and like, I was a douchebag. I was terrible. I put my wife there. I can't believe she's by my side. He seemed, just in the clip that I saw, because I didn't see the whole episode, but they're saying seeing the whole episode, they felt the same way, that he didn't seem remorseful. He seemed like he thought it was funny. Like, yeah, I used to be like this back in the day.
Probably because he still got that woman. There ain't nothing changed. So he was.
Yeah, what did he lose?
Right. So that's why he's not remorseful.
So I'm going to play the audio. Okay.
Dad had 10 kids by 6 different women.
Yeah.
Exodus 20 verse 5 talks about how the sins of your forefathers will visit you. Well, I'm telling you, the demons visited me. I was out shooting craps one night at this elite.
Oh, that's not the one that went viral.
So,
I was about to say.
Yeah, this was not the one. They had
much. I guess I'm just basing it off of what I've seen on his platform so far. So I'm just shocked that he would have that on his platform.
So the story, what she was saying was like, God brought us together and God got me through, and I was able to like lean on God when I was doing things like iron clothes for him to go out with his mistress, like, and
I seen it.
Yeah. So people were saying God wouldn't have you be doing that. Like that wouldn't be his will for you. I'm trying to find the one that went viral.
Everybody's path is different though.
Yeah. The
Like
problem is we
she
all
could
judge.
be she could be right now, right where she's supposed to be.
I just
You
gonna
think
say
that can
this.
be true, Yonci?
What's that?
You think that can be true? That like right now she could be right where she's supposed to be?
With him, you mean?
She could be
I don't disagree that things can all work out. What is being debated is the way that it was presented. Was it done in a healthy way or not? And so if he came on and said, I was horrible to her, and he owned that, and then she testified how God brought her through, I think it would land very differently. I don't think it was his past that everyone is upset about. Plenty of guys have come clean and said I was terrible in my past. But the way he was laughing and joking, about it made it seem like he wasn't remorseful. Like I did all this stuff and I still got her.
Yeah, if my daughter. If that's they say, oh, the Lord I serve. That's not the one I want my daughter serving. If she's gonna tell him to stay with this man and iron his clothes while he go blow somebody else back out, she needs to be Muslim or atheist or something else because that's crazy.
That's wild.
Well, my question is, like, do you believe that that's possible that could be her path, and that was supposed to be her path?
That's probably above my pay grade, if I'm being perfectly honest. Because I can't. I don't know who.
Well, she said he wasn't a pastor at the time. They were very young when it happened.
I guess I'm one of them people that think.
Here I come.
Is that?
My bad. Go ahead.
And I'm one of them people that think everything, like wherever you are, is where you're supposed to be.
I agree with that.
Like I think that everything you have choices, but every choice you made, you were supposed to make.
Yep.
You were supposed to be right where you at right now. I'm just one of them people.
I do know for me, like my greatest heartbreak and trauma and all that stuff positioned me to be where I am and value what I have right now. So I'm one of those people who are like, I wouldn't go back and change things. But when I speak about my past, I'm very humble about it. Like I'm very remorseful. I wish I could take away the stress that it gave him. I'm not like, yeah, I was a mess. Like he wasn't even saying I was a mess. Like, oh yeah, I did this and I did this and I was defensive and I was hypocrite. Like, even that is taking accountability. So it's like I don't even know how to make the comparison to make it the two. But I think that person's reaction to it tells you. So I put the video. I don't know why I can't see the video. Oh, maybe I didn't send. I played one of the clips. I'm not sure if this is exactly the one that went viral, but you guys will get a chance to see a little bit. Not because that's what God wanted for her. God wants what's good and properly ordered for us. It says that he wants exceedingly abundantly above all that we can ask or think. He wants us to prosper. He wants us, to have all the things that the Holy Spirit gives us: love, joy, peace. But I believe that we can have His perfect will for us, and then we can have. It's like he's like a GPS that reroutes. Okay, well, you made this choice with the free will, but I'm still going to try to come in and bless you. So he might have been blessed despite him.
Y'all don't think that God wants us to suffer?
No, he literally says not that anyone should perish. Yeah, no, he doesn't delight in suffering, but his nature. This is what I understand from the scripture. His nature is that there needs to be this structure. So, for example, it would be like saying, "Do you like seeing your kids suffer?" No, the suffering doesn't bring you any joy or contentment, but you do certain things because you know they're going to benefit. Right. If you discipline them, if you have them go to the dentist and they're scared of the dentist and they think it's uncomfortable with the pain, like you're not like, ha ha ha, I'm seeing them suffer. You're going, I don't want them to have cavities. So that's how I see God, where he realized that, things are not going to be always enjoyable.
So we can learn. But learn to grow closer to him for what I've learned. Like he allows us free will to go however we go. But ultimately, obviously, from what I believe, that ultimately we're where we're supposed to be because of our free will. But however, that free will should be leading us to get closer to him. However, our free will, whatever we deciding, So I don't think he's allowing us to suffer per se, but it's free will. Now,
I think God wants you to suffer to some degree.
okay.
Like when you think about it,
For the
it's
sake
like,
of suffering, like yes, they're
no,
suffering.
no,
Woo!
there's nothing good in life that doesn't have you don't have to really go through suffering to kind of get.
So is that based on your understanding of scripture or just your hypothesis?
I don't understand scripture, just like kind of like just a basic law of the universe that I've picked up. Like for
Okay.
example, if you want to lose weight, it's going to hurt, right? If you want to and I guess suffering may not have to be the word, but you're going to have to go through discomfort.
Yeah,
I agree with that. We can call it suffering, discomfort, but anything worth having in life, you're just gonna like for example, Wallow 267, right? Wallow 267 is one of the most inspirational people you'll ever find.
Who's that?
He's an inspirational speaker.
No, what you say? Who?
Oh, he's one of the most inspirational people you'll ever find. But he did 20 years.
She wanted you to repeat his name.
Oh, Wallow 267.
Oh, Wallow 267. Okay, yeah.
He went to jail for 20 years, right? But that has allowed him to impact the lives of probably millions.
Yeah.
With him going through that suffering, him making the decisions he made and whatever. And a lot of pastors, you can kind of look at him as a pastor, but a lot of pastors have gone through that path of suffering, and now they're able to touch so many other people's lives with that. So I don't know. I mean, it's just a perspective.
So
I don't know if
I think it's a word choice, Mont, if I may.
Yeah.
When you say he wants us to suffer, it sounds like that's the end result. But I think I would agree with you if you said he allows us to suffer, if that resonates with you. Because the way I look at it as he knows what you will ultimately enjoy most. So it'd be like your girl says she's overweight. Maybe she doesn't even say, I want to be fit. But you know that if she can stop eating the stuff that's bad for her, it's going to help a lot of her ailments that she's having physically. And she's going to feel more energized and she's going to feel sexier and you're going to find her more attractive. So you know that ultimately that's her highest and best self and she'll be happiest there. But in the moment, she doesn't understand why you're having her run and you're having her eat chicken breast versus fried chicken and all that stuff, baked chicken. And so that's how I see it with God, where it's like he knows ultimately where we will have the most actual joy. And so, and also he knows that this life is not eternal. So there are some things in this life that you might have to go through, but the end result is that you're going to have the best life eternally. So I think
that's why he let Judas do what Judas did.
I'll ask you another question then. Because right now, you know that saying that tough times create strong men.
Oh, sorry. Tough times create strong men. Yes, and easy times create soft men.
Yeah.
Sometimes create strong men. Strong men create easy times, and easy times create weak men. It's a cycle.
Yeah. So right, the world that we live in right now, which is I would say easy times, was created by hard times, suffering. Right, like a lot of us have this idea that we should be able to go outside and we should be able to feel safe. That's a relatively new idea. Like for the vast majority of the planet, the time that the planet has been here, it was never designed to be safe when you walk outside, and it's still not that. But we create this world that we kind of live in. But for the majority of probably the time that this world has been here, it hasn't been safe, and people had to go through a lot of rough things for us to be where we are today. So I don't know. Do you think that maybe they were supposed to suffer?
See, it's the word supposed to and want to. I think that's the thing. That's the thing that I have a problem with those words.
Well, I'll give you another example. So let's say we used to hunt for food, right? But at the same time, it was probably a high chance that we would get killed by a leopard or something like that. Like imagine like just being somewhere where it's like you just find out, oh, predators are real. Oh my God. We gotta go through the cycle of like, all right, how do we protect ourselves? We gotta build walls, we gotta make spears and all these type of things. You think that was kind of like a time of suffering before we built villages and all that type of stuff?
I don't know that they would consider it suffering because for them that would just be normal. Like people probably didn't think it was suffering to have to go to the river to wash your clothes, but we know now we can just go in the laundry room in an air conditioned house and push a button. So I think a lot of it is relative to that person.
So suffering may not even be real.
Suffering might not feel like suffering to that person. And then
So
someone else, what we might say is suffering, like our air conditioning started to, mess up a little bit. We might say that's suffering, but to someone who's living in third world country, like you have a roof over your head, you have a shower, you can get in cold shower, like, so I think a lot of it is relative to that person's. I just look at it this way. If you realize that this is not the end result, like, because people talk about death, I can't believe death, and why do you let death? Well, everyone's going to die. But I look at it like if his goal is that you could spend eternity with him, and the only way to do that is to go through Jesus Christ, then whatever happens on this side of heaven, it's almost irrelevant if it's not for the purpose of making sure that we spend eternity with the Lord. So if somebody loses somebody tragically, if that causes them to turn to the Lord, good, then that all work, because all things work together for the good of those who love God and are the called according to his purpose.
Was it necessary for Jesus to suffer?
So apparently so, because that's what the Lord allowed. This is the thing though that, and I need to do more research on the scriptures so that I can give a more educated answer. However, some of the things I have resigned to understand that it's above my pay grade. Like certain things I don't understand in the spirit realm. So there's something that's happening in the spirit realm that needs to be rectified. So let's say, for example, there are certain laws, like there's laws of gravity. There's no getting around it. If you drop something, it's going to go down. Like that's just gravity. There are spiritual laws that I don't fully understand. And what I mean, the reason why I say there are spiritual laws is because when sin happened, there was an actual thing in the spirit realm, like a cancer. And the only thing that could remedy it was actual literal blood of Jesus. So that's above my pay grade. I don't understand how something in the spirit realm is rectified by actual blood, but there's something about that. The Bible talks about when someone is killed unjustly, like, if you were killed in the war or whatever, it wasn't considered unjust. But if you just went out and like, I want his wife, so I'm gonna kill him. He said the blood literally, to him, it literally cries out from the ground. Like you can't hide it. So there's a lot of stuff. It's very fascinating to me. There's a lot of stuff that's happening in the spirit realm that we as humans are not privy to, or we don't know. And so that's why, like, he's behind the scenes and understands all.
Interesting. Okay.
But what I take peace in, because there is a lot that I don't understand, or my kids might ask me and I don't really have an answer for. What I do take peace in is that what he offers us as far as what we can have as a result of walking with him, it's amazing. It has been amazing for me to be able to tap in. And the things that I need are peace. I want wisdom to be able to do the things I need to do. Joy, all of the things that money can't buy, I'm able to tap in because of that relationship. So I'm okay with not really knowing a lot of those other things because I'm really happy with all the perks that I get. I pulled up the clip, by the way. So I found the one clip that must have been the one that went viral because this one has 54,000 likes. And then I'll show the other one. This one requires me to share my screen, so just give me a second and make sure I'm doing this right. Okay. Let's see. Why isn't it showing me that option? This should be Instagram. It is showing every single screen I have open besides this one. That is weird. Let me try going this way. Oh, okay, this way. I can do it this way. Perfect. All right, let's try this. I have it muted on the actual screen. I'll try to restart it so you go to the beginning of the audio. Ooh, that part. Okay, sorry, y'all. So that's not the one where he talked about the ironing. So I want to try to see if I can pull that up. So give me just a second, y'all. Look, talk amongst yourselves. Here's another why is it not queued up? I pulled it up here. Hold on. Let's play this one real quick. This one, it went up. Okay, there we go.
Is significant why?
32 years today, we walked down the aisle.
Even though he was an hour late.
You got cold feet?
I did. Plus, the night prior, my bachelor's party with the fellas. And
what happened at the bachelor party?
I've learned in life some things you need to take to the graveyard.
Oh, come on. You're my starter, but I got other ones on the bench. I want the women to know out there, I didn't know Jesus, and I was preconditioned to think this way because my mother divorced my father for infidelity, and I'd always thought if you could just forgive him, our family would stay together. A couple months after we got married, he looked at me and said, I never had fun. Literally, he backslid for 5 years. One of his girlfriends came to my job to confront me because she found out about me. And I'd be like, chick, I'm the wife. But once I knew who I was, I realized, oh, the enemy's after him. So I began to pray for him, not for my husband, but as a soul.
I can remember before she had this encounter with God, I would come home 2-3 days. My clothes would be bleached.
Yeah.
Now I'm coming home 2-3 days later, and she's like, what do you want for dinner?
And I only pray or do whatever it takes to save him. I was working for the police department as a dispatcher. I got a call of armed robbery in process. We pulled the car over, arrested them, and it was him. I was in jail for 3 days.
3. I said, Lord, you get me out of this, I'll serve you. 3 seconds later, they just still roll up. So when I got out in the parking lot, I looked at my dad. I said, I'm ready to be a preacher. He said, you and Kelly clean my church every Monday and Thursday, and then I'll let you preach in the next year. I'm grateful for my dad because he gave me a mop and not a mic. We've been pastoring now for 20 years. This year, we started in the fleet market with 37 people.
Yes.
Now we got over 10,000 members. God has been good.
He's been good.
Part of the problem with a lot of people, they're looking more for preference over purpose. I believe that this is my purpose because she really wasn't my preference.
I wasn't.
What made you keep coming back to her?
So there's another video. I'm going to play it and then I'm going to share my thoughts, okay?
A couple of months later, she was leading worship at my dad's Saturday morning practice. And the Lord instructed me to get a bucket of water and wash her feet and repent to her for what I put her through.
Oh, beautiful.
And
that's beautiful.
Yeah. And I've never, ever from that day, ever washed another person's feet in my life.
Right.
Except my own.
So in that moment, how did you feel getting that moment of reconciliation?
Honestly, I didn't want him to do that because I love him so much. I didn't feel
worthy.
No. It's I don't know if you've had that happen to you, but it's a very humbling experience.
Exactly.
Wash your feet. And it made me uncomfortable. But of course, we cried together and hugged together. And, of course, I received it and loved him. But I was uncomfortable with it because you don't have to do that for me to, accept your forgiveness.
Do you realize why God allowed him and instructed him to do that?
I do now.
Why?
Because he had to it was saying thank you and just humility, the humility of it.
That word, humility.
Humility.
When Jesus modeled that in the Bible, it was the greatest show of humility. Here's this leader. Here's this savior of the world that says, I can humble myself to wash your feet. That's what masculinity truly is. That's what husbandry really is. Is to literally walk in humility. And so often as men, we believe that our wives are supposed to serve us and wait on us hand and feet and kiss our dirty feet and all that, instead of saying it's supposed to be the opposite. The greatest leader is the greatest servent. And so he had to do that in order for him to walk into what he's walking in now. Because had he not did that, this wouldn't be. Your heart wouldn't be healed. Your marriage wouldn't be healed. Your marriage wouldn't be restored. The fruit that's coming from this marriage, building this ministry, wouldn't be, because he'll still be walking in pride. And he had to walk in humility in order to manifest everything that's come to pass.
So I want to say this, despite how the podcast itself presented it and his attitude. I will say from that clip about
What the fuck?
I will say that there are ways, like the Lord's ways are different than our ways. And so when she, putting some context to this, again, not saying that anyone should be encouraged to be in a toxic relationship, but I heard somebody say that they were trying to get their partner to change, and they were trying to use logic and persuasiveness and whatever they needed to do. And so they realized that they needed to go take a different approach. And what the guy did was he was, in his example, he was saying she wasn't cooking the way she needed to. She wasn't cleaning. Like she wasn't doing the task that he thought she needed to do. And so he stopped complaining about it and he started showing up and he started doing it. And so on the outside looking in, somebody could be like, oh my God, that's crazy. If your partner's not holding their weight, you don't just go in and take more tasks on. But what happened was in him doing that, it opened up her eyes and she started stepping up. And so sometimes I think the way that we move when we're on a different level can provoke a person in a way that wouldn't happen in the natural. So not to say I ever condone ironing clothes for somebody, blah, 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 blah. But I believe what they're probably getting to in that is she started changing how she was showing up. And then he ended up feeling convicted. But again, I don't want to really talk about the episode without seeing the whole thing in context. But I do agree that there are a lot of people who think it's okay to stick around in very abusive situations. I would say that's abusive. Like that's emotionally abusive. And also you're putting somebody's life at risk. If you're sleeping with other people, because especially if you're not doing protected, or even if you use condoms, you can't 100% get protection. So thank you, B. I appreciate that. I don't know if it's Bia or B. Jacob, you silly. Y'all can't twist that little comment. What you not gonna do. Welcome to the show, Brad. It's good to have you, sir. I was saying you didn't always have a mustache, did you?
I mean, sometimes I say it, sometimes I don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like it's a switch up, but nice little switch up. Welcome to the show. All right, so what did we end up deciding? Because we are 10 minutes out. What is the final verdict? Because we are split on the decision between rolling over by votes, rolling over, or doing a fun, exciting, over the top bonus episode. So I do think it's fair for the people who put in to be able to share. Nayusi voted for a special segment. He's one of the ones that contributed, but I will let the other guys weigh in. Well, I guess you already voted. Willie, are you sticking with your rollover?
No, we can do. I'm gonna go to the episode.
You're okay with the episode? Yeah. Who is Sanders? Who's Sanders? I don't know who Sanders is. Okay, we're gonna switch now. This one, you guys, I'm completely in the dark. I've only seen what people are talking about, so you're gonna have to give me the tea. What happened with Shannon Sharp? All I know is I got bits and pieces. He is being sued. He's not with ESPN right now, and there's something with a girl who is, I guess, 20 years old. Oh, 19. And so there's that debacle about men with younger women. So, one, who can fill me in on the Cliff Notes, or should I go to ChatGPT?
All right, Willie.
What's good?
There's a bunch of women mad that they can't do it, and nobody picked them when they were younger to trick off on, because when it was that girl who got pregnant by that 19-year-old basketball player, the sisterhood was like, yes, get your money, girl, all the other shit. Now, because it's a young woman that's being picked by a man that's, rich and have means, they just hating from outside the club. They can't get in. That's it.
Well, so this is what I know so far. She's pretty much put in a claim with Tony Busby, the guy who always is, behind all of these. She put in the
He's an
claim that
ambulance chaser for sexual assault victims, or for women claiming sexual assault.
But yeah, he
saying it wasn't consensual.
She said that they started out with a consensual relationship, but as it went on, a couple times she felt like he raped her a couple times, and she put out audio of a conversation they had where she pretty much it was like to me it was an entirely kinky conversation where she was pretty much he said I'll come choke you, I'll slap you, and she said like I don't want to be choked, but she said it in like a sexy way, and he was like, well, yes you do. That's me paraphrasing what I remember, but to me is 100% just her trying to get some money.
That is so
like
rough.
very obvious.
That is so rough if there's kinkiness, because people have a whole, like, some people have fetishes where it's like pretend like you're the robber, like a lot of women want to feel like they're being overpowered and no, stop. And
a lot of them.
Yeah, so I feel like that is a very dangerous thing. It's like you almost need a waiver that says, because if you take anything out of context, it can sound so, of course I'm just playing devil's advocate right now, but that would be rough if you were consensually being kinky, and then it's such a gray area.
This is the only problem I have with it. The girl's grown, so I don't care about that part. But he's too rich to be making these types of mistakes.
Exactly.
And there's a certain level that you at where, like, you got to put paperwork on women before you sleep with them. Like NDAs and all that stuff is real. And he just was sloppy. So like that's what I take from the entire thing. He was just super sloppy, trying to get some box from an OnlyFans model, and now it's gonna cost him $10 million. They're saying plus a reputation hit because for a man, the act of being accused of sexual assault is not something that you're going to ever shake, because even if you're found not guilty,
yeah, you may as well still be found guilty.
People who didn't pay attention to it, the people who didn't hear that you were found not guilty, all of that stuff, they're still going to look at you like you did it. Or they're going to be like, hey, remember that time when Shannon Sharp got accused of this? So that's
being accused is a scarlet letter in and of itself.
That's where I hold him accountable, because you too rich for that. Like, and I'm not talking about too rich to be paying for vagina, because that's what rich dudes do. But you too rich to be making these rookie average dude mistakes. Like putting yourself in a trick bag behind some share coochie is crazy.
I got a plot twist though. Because this is what I think also might be at hand. I think this year Shannon Sharp just planned on getting people to think he not gay. Like it was and I'm one of them people who feel like he's a little sweet, with his best friend designer that he go everywhere with, and he super sweet, and him buying a little dog that costs $10,000. And all that type of stuff. I thought he was a little sweet, but what is the likelihood? Because Shannon Sharp is buttoned up. He's completely buttoned up. We all watch him. He's a buttoned up guy. And all of a sudden, you got several scandals in 1 year. Audio of you having sex got leaked. In another room, your phone just came on.
Right. That was the weirdest thing.
That had to be set up. I think that was set up. He said
like.
Yeah, that can't be accidentally turned on.
You can't just accidentally put the phone on Instagram Live.
Man, I don't rely on accident before.
You have to click multiple.
You gotta go through so
much
much
on accident, but while you having sex is strange.
Right.
But I've never gone live while I was having sex. I don't have sex. I'm saving myself for marriage.
I know that's right.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this. When it comes to the age difference, for people who say it's not creepy, what is the difference? If there was not a legal, right? Because you have somebody who the day before their birthday is 17 and the day after their birthday is 18 and now they're legal. What is the difference if the law was not there? Where do we draw the line with when to hook up with children?
When they're no longer children. A 19-year-old, she's not a child, she's an adult.
but that's the law. The law says she becomes a child at 19.
Well, but yeah, before the law, you was able to blow a 12-year-old's back out and get her pregnant and have her tied to the farm milking cows and shit. But
that's what I'm asking. I'm saying, how young do you
18
think?
is it?
Huh?
18 is it? Anybody who wants to sleep with someone younger than 18 is probably.
No. You're not answering the question.
Right.
I said, how you so young? I said
He's
18.
telling you, remove this knowledge of this law that you have to be 18 to be legal. She's saying that what would be the actual limit that we would kind of exercise as like we see that's deemed reasonable.
It's like, not to be funny, but like obviously, you know, well, no, I would say there are people like we would go to the extreme, like, okay, a baby, obviously you can't visit, right? Like that's just creepy. But it's like
somebody just got 300 years for doing that. They raped an 11-month-old baby.
I don't want to hear about that.
I know, that's promising. Oh my God. Oh, I feel like showering just hearing that. But it's like, where do you draw the line? Because like you said, back in the day, people were impregnating 12-year-olds. Like
I think it would be reasonably based on maturity and sexual maturity too. So like it's some girls that are 16 who got 40 bodies, right? So I think it's weird to want to be. I don't say it's weird. I think that it's strange to want to be in a relationship with a young woman. But like having sex with an 18, 19-year-old, if y'all just doing sex, like she's physically mature. Of course you're attracted to her because you got a PP, she got a JJ. Y'all attracted to each other. Y'all you attracted to her and you got money. So y'all going to want to do stuff. But being in a relationship, I can't even imagine being in a relationship with a girl that's 20. Like that would bother, like that would just annoy me. So
I guess for some people, there's just the actual physical, like if her body. And then for me, I would say if it's just physical, then why would you want someone that hasn't developed yet, like to look like a woman's body? But if you're talking about
kids,
a relationship, what'd you say?
I said, yeah, if they kids, but a lot of people, girls mature at 18, 17, 18. They like some of them 16, some of them do early, but physically, you know, depends on the person.
Yeah, I can't imagine just like the mindset of somebody who was that far off from me. I can't imagine having much in common, you know, with somebody that is that much younger. I gave somebody this example and I said, are you the same person you were 10 years ago? And they'd be like, no. And like, what happened? Well, I've matured since then. I said, okay. So you don't think that you're going to also be different 10 years from now?
Yeah.
And so it's not that you were a bad person back then, but you developed. So if we have a 10-year age gap, that's 10 years that I've been able to grow, develop, and mature and have life experiences. And you just can't put a price on that. Like wisdom comes over time for a reason.
I feel like I think we put it into the perspective of like a man. So for example, right? Because I asked Deja this question. I remember when I was in high school, I was pretty big, and you know my shoulders started getting real broad, real early, and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what, like, because I was watching, like, we was watching this thing where this lady had sex with like the boys in high school, and I'm like, when you think about it, like some of these boys in high school, they look like men.
Yeah.
And imagine being around boys who look like men, but they also trying to get you every day. Like, because you know, like that's how most people end up cheating, is because they end up being around people they work with. You know, and they just end up cheating or whatever. But like, imagine like a boy who happens to be handsome, right? A handsome young boy who play football or whatever, and he's tall, he's big, he's already 6'3", 6'2", and
begging
built
for
like man, and he's trying to actively flirt with you every day. You know, he got some chemistry with you. It's like I can kind of see in that example like where a woman would get caught up a little bit.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, she's a woman, and we as men, we know what to say, we know what to do.
Yeah, I think it's so weird that, like, going back to the 17, 18 thing, that one day before it's considered illegal and the next day after. Like I think you're anywhere near that age, there's a little bit of echo for some reason.
Yeah. Yonci, how old is your son? No.
20.
You say he's 20?
Like if a 40-year-old woman
Yeah.
approached him,
He's tall and he's handsome.
he looks so much older, and he got a beard in high school, like a beard. So he always looked much older than he was. But yeah, I would think that was really weird if a 40-year-old woman or a 35-year-old woman was content, because he's very mature, but he's not a 35-year-old mature.
Yeah.
So I would think that she either was like developmentally slow or was some kind of a pervert if someone was 35 or 40 and wanted him.
I feel like if you can hit a certain button with a woman, everything's out the window. If you can hit a certain spot on a woman, it's a button that just, it's there.
Hey, a study just came out that said that most women don't mature emotionally past the age of 12. So
you're saying they're as mature as they're going to get at 12?
Yeah. And they
Brad's face seems like he didn't want to laugh.
And mind you, I don't cite sources or say all willy nilly. That was a good one because I had to go look and check because I didn't believe it.
Speaking of willy nilly, thank you, Willie, for the $30 show extension. I appreciate that.
Oh, no problem. Happy to help.
Yeah. What do you guys think in the chat? What do you think is a decent age difference? I feel like 5 to 8 is kind of
as far as to find a partner or with a young people.
What was the second question?
You talking about with young people or just to find a partner in general?
Oh, to find a partner. Like I think a fluctuation of like 5 to 8 years is pretty good. I was like 10 is a lot. So like for me, we'll just say round up 45. So that means that I could do as low as like 40, maybe 38. Like he'd have to be really mature. But then that also means I could do like from 50 to maybe 50. I think more like 5 years is probably my realistic range.
I think for men to like really take a woman seriously, you want to date an older woman. It really depends on how wise you are as a man and how intelligent you are. Because I just think a woman has to be able to admire you, and she has to low key think you're smarter than her to some degree. So as long as you got those things, you can do whatever with a woman in any age bracket. But outside of that, I think normal, like for a man can date a woman that's 5 years younger than him. I think y'all should be in the same generation. So
yeah, I think that's not a big deal.
Yeah, like you don't want like your husband to be talking about cool in the gang, and you like, yo, I like Lil Baby, and he like, what? That's nonsense. Like,
I would hear songs and they were the remix, and I'd be like, oh my god, when I was married, because he was 15 years older than me, and then he'd be like, that's not the original. I'm like, or I'd hear the original, I'm like, oh my god. He's like, yes, that's where that that thing came from, and I'd be like, just lost.
Dang, you got your husband telling you stop running in and out this house. Pick one.
We not gonna air condition this whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is hilarious. And what's really creepy, because he was like, don't ever do that. But I was like, hey, you were learning how to drive when I was being born. He's like, don't do that.
Don't say that.
He's like, don't ever do that math again. There was a video I just saw. I wish I had saved it now, but there was a couple, and it was a cute couple with a baby, and it showed their age gap, and then it kept showing videos, like throwback videos, and then it kept their ages up there, and it kept going and going and going, and eventually got down to her at 15, and he was like 24, and everyone was like, we went from congratulations to go to jail. Like, it was crazy in the comments, but I'm like, and there was pictures of them together, so I'm like, what are you doing? And it was one of those, like, she's hugged up like this. It would be one thing if you just happen to know the person. Like, I had a story where my high school teacher, who all the girls had a crush on, all of them, he ended up on my page. Like, somehow the algorithm brought him to me, and he was just asking how I was doing and catching up or whatever. But I was like, that's crazy. If I was, let's just say, single and it happened to go there, that'd be a crazy story of like 20 years later I encountered my high school teacher. That is different than we started dating when I was 16 and then end up together. That's the only way I think an age gap like that would be okay, is if you didn't encounter that person until much later, or your interactions at the beginning when you were a minor was completely, platonic or something like that.
I hit two of my teachers as a senior in high school, and I used to get a lot of attention from older women because of how my dad looked. So they just figure like,
you got the residuals.
Willie the most interesting man on earth.
I'm saying.
I started early, so I just can't do it now. But like, I couldn't make anything long term last with somebody that was not at least 30. But physically, I mean, yeah,
they're doing TikToks.
yeah, you got one time to ask Unc to do a TikTok dance and it's over. But like long term, though, it's all like my best long term relationships have always been with older women, because I don't have the patience to deal with that, like a young woman long term.
When I picture a young girl, I picture this trend right now where the kids they shorten all the words, and I don't know what it is, but it's so cringy. They'll be like, so we got a sitch, and you're like, just say situation. Or oh, I ship them, they're in a relationship. Like, I'm just like, what is this thing with these younger kids shortening all the words? And and then they'll even speak in acronyms out loud. I'm just like, call me old school, but I need you to say all of the syllables, all of them. Like, we're not in that much of a rush that we can't.
It's like watching Clueless all over again with our kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I hate it. I hate that.
Oh my God.
My son said something like, "Dad, that was Max Riz." I was like, "Come on, bro."
It's so cringy, and it's funny because they think we're cringy. I'm like, no, you sound cringy talking like that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I tell them talk to me like they're 30, because I don't all that young kid lingo shit. I'm not trying to do that.
Ain't nobody got time for that. So I heard that there's a lot of sports stuff happening today. Kenny said the draft.
The Cowboys blew it already, so I'm a Chiefs fan next year.
Like every year.
So I want to say I appreciate the fact that you guys are on while there's still NBA stuff. Someone said something about NBA stuff and NFL stuff. I feel very special. Jacob said I sounded.
Let's see the draft. I didn't even know the draft was today. Let me go check this out.
Yeah, see, there you go. Thank Kenny. Kenny
Okay,
said.
we got Cam Ward. Okay.
Shedeur Sanders ain't been drafted yet.
Oh, and we on. Oh snap! Oh man, he going into the second day.
Yeah, give the highlights, Mont, for anyone who's missing. I'll let you do a little sports segment.
We got Cam Ward by the Titans, number 1. We got a trade to number 2. We got Jacksonville taking Travis Hunter. We got Abdul Carter by New York, number 3. Will Campbell, offensive tackle by the Patriots. The Browns got a defensive tackle, Mason Graham. Aston Genty, the running back, went to the Raiders. Armand, you said what?
His career is over.
I mean, how do we feel about Aston Genty anyway? Is that hype? Do we really think that he's a
same way we felt about Emmitt Smith? They're the same running back. He got more burst. So
compare him to a running back in the NFL right now. Where do you think he ranks right now?
Josh Jacobs.
You think he like that?
Or Brandon Jacobs? My bad. Whatever the dude that played for that just left.
Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, him.
Okay, so they got another Josh Jacobs. I mean, if he's that good, then he might be worth a 6th pick.
And he's 5'9", so
yeah, they hard to tackle. Let me see if any names stand out.
The boy from Arizona went to the Panthers. I hate that for him too.
Receiver.
Yeah.
I see that. What else we got?
It should be here tomorrow.
You know, was Shedeur a little bit of hype?
I don't see how. He was the most accurate quarterback in high school, college football. So I don't know, man. I think that he pulled what his daddy did during the draft, but he's not as good as his pops was.
Yeah.
Because his pops told the pops said when Deion said that when he got drafted, they were asking him like, the team a team said, "Hey, we want to interview you," and he said, "What pick do y'all got?" He said he told them number 3. He said, "Oh shit, no, I don't want to talk to y'all. I'll be gone by then."
Yeah, no,
I mean,
Deion,
he
Deion
was.
a different animal.
Yeah.
I
think that's why him and Travis Hunter so close, because he see more of himself in Travis Hunter than he did in his own son.
Yeah, Travis really like that, but he don't got the personality. He don't got the same personality, but he like that though.
No, his girlfriend gonna ruin his career.
Yeah, but Deion got like he's just one of them special people who got everything.
Yeah, Deion, Bo Jackson, one of them types.
Like Deion can talk. Like Deion got like the gift of gab for real. Let me see. Damn. They took Jackson Dart before they took Shador.
Well, if you watch football, you knew that was gonna happen.
Okay, I know I don't watch college football.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a surprise to nobody.
Okay, so that's only 2 quarterbacks off the board so far. So the Giants ended up getting they got they edge rusher, and they still got a quarterback, and they could have got Shador if they wanted it.
Jacksonville traded up to get Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
And then the Cowboys drafted another guard in the first round. So I mean, I'm a Chiefs fan next year. It don't matter.
Yay!
Yep. I'm going to Chiefs games and everything. Like I'm not going to one Cowboys game next year. I'm sick.
You decentering the Cowboys?
Bro, that's like I've been in this abusive relationship with the Cowboys for fucking 40 years. I'm sick, bro. I'm tired. I got to stop.
He knows his worth now.
I know my worth. And the Chiefs said they appreciate fans who are as diehard as me, who will travel for the team. Like, whatever. I'm cool.
It's hard coming out of an abusive relationship.
I understand why women stay now. I get it. Sometimes
you're like, I've invested so much time and energy.
And then like their faces start healing faster because they, like they learn how to do better makeup. I mean, I get it. I'm the same thing now. I just got to take off this Cowboys jersey. Now I got this. Every time I think about the Cowboys, my Cowboys tattoos start itching. I might get this thing covered up. And
you
why
put the word former above it?
It's not funny. I don't even know what you laughing at. You should be a Cowboys fan too, because you came out of my balls.
Oh my gosh.
That's not how it works.
Okay.
That's why I'm not in this abusive relationship.
If you're not a Cowboys fan, you're not gonna be left in my will.
Feel free to join the panel, audio only.
Absolutely not.
Give us some dirt on your dad.
Absolutely not.
Oh my goodness.
No, there'll be no dirt given up on me.
Are those all the sports updates?
That's probably the main ones.
Okay.
I'm good.
Saints dropped the ball again.
So what?
The Saints dropped the ball again.
Oh, Saints.
They picked up an offensive tackle. Well, damn well need a quarterback.
Yeah, like Derek Carr gonna come back and be anything like he was.
But we can't stand that man guts like at all. He gotta go. He gotta die.
Well, Shador's still on the he's still on the board.
I can't believe that boy's still in the league.
Oh, they got an offensive tackle.
Yeah, I can't believe Shador's still there right now, but he might go 29.
Okay. Anyone in the comments? Any other trending topics?
All
right. Well, let's see. We gotta go off the dome then.
As much stuff as you get sent, just pop something up.
I know. I actually have a bunch of things marked, so let me go through my little Rolodex.
I gotta start sending you some show-friendly stuff. I be sending some wild shit. I know.
You actually sent me something recently that I think I'm going to be putting as a Yonci Nation post. Let me see what that was. I thought it was funny, the one where you sent me You sent me the one about the little kids running away, and I was like, I ran away to the garage before.
Oh yeah, because she said, "Why are you running away? Because you told me to clean my room."
The audacity. Oh, that was funny when you said when someone says my partner instead of my boyfriend or my girl.
Yeah, started screaming gay.
That was funny. Okay, let me see. Which one did you put that I was like? Oh, I know. I wanted to put this one. All right, so let me see if I can. Dang. Some of the ones they let you download, some of them they don't. Okay, so I'm just going to play the audio, okay?
Let me take it in first thing.
All right, here you go.
Your relationship with a man is not going well, ladies, it's your fault. There's several pictures. When you ask the man a direct question, you know what the man is thinking? The man is not thinking the answer to that question. The man is thinking, what can I say that will shut this shit down? Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? I just want her over there right now. Are you offended by me saying you're simple? No, he's delighted. He wants her to get out. So that she will lower her standards and quit nagging, okay? But here's the problem, is that women are thinking all this stuff, and they're not, you know? Half the time the words escape their lips like invisible paintballs, just pounding the women around them. They don't even know, because women, we overthink everything. That's why we can't have wet dreams, okay? I can't get in my room, you know? I don't know this position, I haven't brushed my teeth. You know, we think all the time. Sometimes we read into stupid shit they said, and we get our feelings hurt when it's just a dumb dude statement. He's just doing dumb dude stuff. And when we get mad, they go, I appreciate, I'm letting you know, we get middle elite. You make it sound like we should lower our standards when it comes to men. It's like, no, don't lower them, lose them altogether. It's just feed him some noodles and touch his pee-pee.
Fix him some noodles and touch his pee-pee is hilarious.
Right? That's a sound bite. Could you guys hear the whole thing, or should I put it on the screen?
You should put it on the screen because I don't think they heard it.
Okay, because that was funny. Okay, let's see. Let me try to go like, oh, there we go. All right, so let's put it up here now that I know how to do this. It is funny how one guy was saying, he's like, you're giving men way too much credit. Like half the stuff, they're not even, it's not that deep. Like we're thinking it's maniacal and all this. And it's like, we don't even think that deep to even be like that. Okay, here it is. Oh, I didn't even hit. Stupid. I forgot to, I threw with the, okay. I clicked it and didn't even put it on the stage. There we go. There we go. And could you guys hear it?
Nope.
Nah.
Wait, you guys were just silently like listening? I mean, watching it on the screen?
Just wait.
Wait, so Mont, you and Brad couldn't hear it?
I heard some lady talking about men and women.
Oh my God, you guys. Y'all let me just play this thing and you couldn't even hear it. I don't know how. That's okay. Well, we tried. I don't know how to Also share tab audio. Yeah, I did. Window. To share audio, share a tab instead. Oh, it has to be on a tab. Okay. I don't understand why it's not. Bless you.
Thank you.
I don't understand why every single tab is showing except the one. Oh, maybe it's this one. Let me try this one. Oh, it is. It is. Okay. So let me try this.
No, no, lose him.
Could you hear that?
For a second.
Nope, they're that simple.
I was just testing it. You can hear that sound though? Okay, so then I'm gonna play it from the beginning.
With a man and it's not going well, ladies, it's your fault. Don't know me, they're separate creatures. And you ask a man a direct question, you know what the man is thinking? The man is not thinking if he answers that question. The man is thinking, what can I say that will shut this shit down? I'm not mad, I don't want her gone. You know what I mean? I just want her over there right now. I'm not ready. Are you offended by me saying you're simple? No, he's delighted because he wants word to get out so that she will lower her standards and quit nagging, okay? Here's the problem, is that women think that men are thinking all this stuff, and they're not, you know? Half the time, the words escape their lips like invisible paintballs, just pelting and annoying women around them. They don't even know, because women, we overthink everything. That's why we can't have wet dreams, okay? Because we'll be like, how did Brad Pitt get in my room? You know? I thought I locked the door. I don't like this position. I haven't brushed my teeth. You know, we think all the time. They don't. Sometimes we read into stupid shit they said, and we get our feelings hurt when it's just a dumb dude statement. He's just doing dumb dude stuff. And women get mad. They go, and I appreciate, I'm letting you know, women get, they go, Monique, you make it sound like we should lower our standards when it comes to men. It's like, no, don't lower them, lose them altogether. If he comes home at night, he's yours. Just feed him some noodles and touch his pee-pee. You know, they're that simple.
That's with you. Do you guys agree with what she's saying? I think we've
Yes.
lost mine.
Yeah.
Simple question. I'm gonna give you a simple answer. All it is good.
Monty says he was in the room, like, absolutely. It's so funny because I told him before, I said, you know, I want it to be a safe space. I don't want you to feel obligated or like you have to be a certain way, you know, just please me all the time. But I said, you know, sometimes if you just don't want to talk about something, it's okay. So he's admitted before, like, I just want to know how we can end this as fast as possible. So I'll give that ends up being a cheat code because I'll be like, I still need what I want, but let me see how I can do it in a way where we get to the end result as fast as possible. And so it works. So, all right. So let me play this one and see what you guys have to say. This is my girl. We'll see if you guys agree with her. This is about the what you call secondary relationships. Okay. All right, here we go.
And those secondary relationships that you only have because that was your man, that was your woman, that was your partner, that was your person. Secondary relationships. Bye, mom. If you're not grandma, you're not helping me with these kids, right? Like we ain't had kids. I don't have no real connection to you. Bye, mom. I know we used to get our manis every 2 weeks. Get it with the new girl that he's with. Goodbye. Sorry, sis. We were besties. Twin, where have you been? That's a dub now. Unless that was my friend from before. That's why I say secondary relationships. The relationships that you would have never had you had not been with that person, they gotta go. You know why? Because unfortunately, we can't trust them. The guy, the ex, is the reason why the two of us are connected, which means I don't know what information you're running to them with. And guess what? More importantly, I don't want to hear it.
So what do you guys think? So what she's saying is, let's say you have a girlfriend, and then through your girlfriend, you had a brother or the dad. You really connect with the dad. Should you still maintain those secondary relationships that you basically got through your ex, or
fuck
shut
all
it all down? What'd you say?
Fuck all y'all. No. So-
Willie is not confused on his stance.
Nope.
What do you guys say?
Still confused what you mean by secondary relationship. So we mean like, okay, since you're in a relationship with somebody, you're gonna cut the ties off with your mama? Like,
Right, with the other person. So let's say you're with your girlfriend and your girlfriend introduces you to her brother, and you and the brother have a cool relationship. You and the girl break up. Do you then keep on the relationship? brother?
Yeah, nah, they gotta go. Yeah, nah.
Oh, that's not how that work with brothers with men though. Men not like that.
Willie and Brad are disagreeing, so go ahead.
I don't believe them.
If it's the mama, yeah, I cut ties with the mama. I cut ties with the father. It depends on the type of bond I got with the brother. Like, we might be real.
If he's a real cool dude,
like whatever. So I guess it all depends.
Yeah, I think it's different with like men, cause like I don't know. At least for me, like I'm not one of them fake men. I'm not about to be cool with your brother unless he really like that. And if he really like that, I ain't about to just not be cool with him because I ain't with you no more. It's just it don't work like that with male relationships. You know, I wasn't faking it to begin with. Your mom, all right, I'm gonna fake that. You know, your dad, I'm gonna fake that. I ain't about to be fake being cool with your brother.
So over already?
Yeah. I'm sleeping.
Man, hold on, wait a second. We no, I added that 30 on a 9, so we got 2 more minutes.
Look at her trying to rob us.
We got 2 whole minutes. I feel like I should drop another dub just to be funny.
I really did mess up because I forgot I set my alarm to give you guys a heads up, and I actually shut it off at the heads up time. So my bad. So you said if you have if you could repeat that, if you had a
yeah, I think Willie would be the same way, and you know, I think just like if I'm cool with your brother because of what we become cool, I'm not about to stop that relationship because of you. Now we might not be best friends, but let's say he the type of person that I talk to every 5 months. That's not about to change, or you know, only be if he's like a man that I end up like kind of clicking with. Everybody else, I'm not talking to your mom no more, for the most part, unless she contact me. Probably not gonna be talking to your dad no more, your cousins and all that type of stuff. But I think a male relationship is slightly different because our relationships are based on value. So,
okay, that's fair. I think it's super awkward when people all like have your contact information. So I know somebody who decided to make the painful decision to break up, you know, because it wasn't a situation where they didn't love the person. It's just they're realizing that, you know, the other person must need a lot of work, and it's just there's a lot of headbutting. I don't think you should have a ton of headbutting at the beginning of your relationship. I think there are normal things that you go through and kind of little bumps along the way. But at the beginning, you should be just like loving each other and can't get enough of each other, whatever. And so it's awkward because he had the kids' numbers and she's in touch, you know, has a relationship with the mom. And so when they ended things, she told him she was ending things and told him she was going to block him. But he was able to still reach her because he reached out to the kid. And she hadn't said something to the kid yet. You know, the kid's like an older kid. But was trying to get through to her and had the kid. And I was like, man, that's so tough. If you're trying really hard to hold on because, you know, you still have feelings, but you're trying to like get over the person, but they can continue to access you because they know people in your circle, like that becomes difficult. And then the mom didn't even know they had broken up, but she just, you know, hit her up regarding something else. And it was like, oh, that would be so hard to try to detach yourself if you kind of enmeshed into each other's lives. And that's what happened with the girl who was with the guy for 12 years. All their friends were mutual, their family all knew each other. So it's like going through a divorce, even though you're not divorcing. You know, you have to really start to separate your lives, because I think if you truly love someone, that's hard to just 2 days later see them when you guys all go out with your friends. Yeah.
I think I probably need more therapy because I can cut. It doesn't take. We broke up, like whatever plans we had made before that while we were still together, we made 7-8 months ago. No. Because I don't trust. I don't hang around with people I can't trust implicitly. And
if you had mutual friends, would you be able to just go hang out with them?
No, y'all got to pick a side.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's too hard to like commingle.
No,
so are you saying that you wouldn't be you would stop being cool with her brother?
Yes, it's up because at the end of the day, that's her brother.
What if y'all do business together?
Ooh.
That's a different relationship. I'm not gonna fuck my money up behind nobody. But as far
as not gonna talk social stuff, then in that
it's business. And then too, I would never do business with a woman's brother, or unless he was better at business than me. he had to be like an older brother or some stuff. Like I'm not just gonna arbitrarily just gonna be trying to be all willy nilly like, oh yeah, bro, let me. No,
I'm just saying. Let's say you no, Yonci, turn that back on. Let's say you actually.
The time ran out.
It's your responsibility to check your own phone, not mine.
Oh,
All right. As I was saying, Willie. Let's say.
Dang.
Well,
It didn't
as I
show
was
up,
saying, Willie. Let's say that you met her brother, right?
Mhm.
And y'all instantly click because y'all the same type of, y'all about your money, y'all in the business or whatever. And you kind of like y'all just kind of go do your own thing, kind of go off on your own thing. Y'all end up talking like y'all really in the same business and y'all really getting it. Y'all both getting it. Just end up doing something together. It don't gotta be nothing heavy, but y'all talk whenever y'all around, y'all talking money, y'all talking business, and you like, y'all talking ideas. Y'all just end up doing something together. It's like I don't know. I just feel like as male relationships are just based on value, and I just think they all like we. I don't know. I ain't about to. I'm not gonna let like I don't know. They're based on value. They're not based on like, oh, we're just friends. Oh, no, you add value. That's why you're around. Like
the thing from the reason why I say yes is because I don't have any people around me that I can't be vulnerable and have my guard down with. So with all my homeboys, the people that I call friends, I trust them with my life implicitly. There is no caveat to it. I trust them with my wife. I would trust them with my girlfriend. I trust them with my kids. I would trust them with my money. Her brother doesn't qualify for any of that stuff just off the simple fact that one, who his blood is. I don't have a issue with him. I won't think that he's a bad person. I won't treat him like he's a bad person. But I also know at the end of the day, when a side has to be chosen, he's never going to take my side. And because of that, I'm not going to put him in a position to have to choose. I'm cutting his ass off.
And even if he wanted to choose your side, he couldn't.
I disagree. I don't listen. I'm always on a. Listen. I'm a real nigga. Like,
Or you saying
I
you
ain't
got
like. Listen. I used to live with my sister and her boyfriend before, right? When I was younger, I used to live in a back room. I used to rent his back room from him. I used to pay him like $300 a month. Used to get the back room cool. When I started renting his back room, I talked to him about that. I was like, "Yo, can I just do this?" And he said, "Yeah, just pay me $300 a month, cool." When they broke up, he said, "Listen, you can stay, but do not let your sister in this house." I said, "Listen, I don't got nothing to do with y'all. What y'all got going on? That's between y'all." My sister called me one day. She was like, "Yo, give me the key. I'm about to come through." I'm like, "Yo, talk to him." I'm like, "Talk to him about that. Go stay with your dad tonight. Talk to him in the morning. Y'all make up whatever.
That's
but don't call me. Don't talk to me." And she got mad at me, and that had a whole falling out over that. But I'm not. No, I ain't got nothing to do with.
But see, and you had a whole falling out. It becomes messy.
That's her. Listen, at the end of the day, I gotta be a real nigga. I got to. It's not optional. So I'm not gonna make that's my sister. I'm gonna go against what I believe in. Never.
And I'm not saying that you should go against it, but what I'm saying is it got messy because you didn't give in to her. Yeah. So it's like some people would argue and say, that's why I don't even want to get involved. So I don't get in that position.
It got messy because she got poor character. At the moment, she had poor character.
I can't argue with that.
A man would have been like, I see that. You ain't got nothing to do with this. It is what it is. I get it.
Yeah, I can't argue that.
So, yeah, a dude better never. If I had a sister, you couldn't expect me to stay out of that too, because one, fuck you for hurting my sister's feelings. So I'm,
you assuming that she the one who made you the problem.
That's also. But if my sister was a problem, I would have told on her.
Yonci, check your phone. Come on now.
Oh my God! How come it's not giving me any notifications?
Somebody got that D&D on.
No, it's not texting me. Sometimes it texts me, sometimes it doesn't. So I have to go to my bank account and look. It's not texting me. Okay, he added 5 more minutes, y'all. Okay.
I don't get in people. I don't get into people and they domestics, but like it's different if like, oh, my sister's so wholesome and she's such a nice girl. That ain't my sister. Like that ain't my sister. Like, you know what I'm saying? And also I don't involve myself with like, I think the only way to get provision from me as a man of any sort is to do what I say. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're my girlfriend. I don't care if you're my daughter. I don't care if you're my sister. It
There are
So it's one or the
stipulations.
other. You do what I say, right? You submit, and then I'll take care of everything else. My sisters can't ask me for money. They can't ask me to borrow money, but you don't do what I say. You can't come to me with no problems about, oh, like he ended up being he's this and he's that. Like you didn't ask me for permission. And I already had this conversation with them. If you want that from me, come talk to me. Ask me if I like this guy. Ask me, my opinion about that. But you're not just going to go do what you want with your vagina and then come to me to crash out. It ain't about to happen. So it's only one or the other. You want my provision, and you gotta do what I say. You don't want to do what I say, go ahead. Go deal with life. Tell my daughters that too. Listen, you can stay with me until you get married. I don't care. Stay with me for the rest of your life. But the day you want to make your own decisions and not consult me, you're grown up, and you're your own person. Go do that.
I think it sounds very logical.
It's purely just logic. There's no emotion behind it. It's all logic. It is.
I think it's a beautiful thing when you can be logical.
No crash dummies over here.
Right.
Huh?
Hey, if I'm the middleman in those type of situations, I do my best to stay out like point blank period. With that, so I've been caught up in a couple of situations like unless I gotta say something. So like I remember one example, like I was at a family function, like at a water park with my sister and all my family and stuff like that. And my sister ex-husband that just texted me, is asking me, like, hey, what is Lil Rye over there? Lil Rye's my sister's son. So not. So I'm looking, like, all right, should I tell him? Or should I tell my sister, hey, your husband, ex-husband calling me, text me that for Lil Rye. So I was thinking about the shit. Like, I'm just gonna leave that alone. Leave it as a read.
What happened?
Huh?
He asked you for a ride, you said?
Huh? Say, where's it, Lil Ryan? Lil Ryan. That's their son.
Oh, asking where the child is at.
Yeah, well, the child is at. Is he what my sister would not. So I'm just thinking like, hey, why you just text me out the blue? Nigga never text me. Like, so I'm thinking, okay, yeah, I'm about to leave that one alone. I'm not even about to tell my sister about it. I might let them just hash that out.
Right.
Whatever. But I had another situation with my cousin. His ex old lady just text me on Instagram. Like I keep my I didn't know they broke up or not. So she texted me asking, what's going on with with my cousin Jerome and whatnot. He said he heard that he had to go away to take care of our uncle is in the hospital. Like, he was supposed to take care of uncle whatnot. So I'm thinking at the same situation, like never hit me up, especially on the DM. So I had to get in between. I had to text Jay like, hey, like you straight, like whatnot, like because your ex is calling me saying my uncle in the hospital or whatnot. You're like, wait, what? So he just hung up and just I don't know, something happened. He just called me back saying thank you or not because she was at his freaking door or not, just begging her trying to get a hold of him or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, told him, lied to him, say he not there. He take care of his uncle. I don't know. I try my best not to stay in those situations, bro.
It can get messy.
That was a messy situation. But I do my best to stay out unless I gotta say something. I gotta choose a side. If you force me to choose a side, I'm gonna choose a side. But if not, I'm gonna stay out.
It's so sad.
Like,
oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was about to say a lot of people like if you ever got into a conversation with somebody and you saying something that they disagree with, and they'll say like, "Well, what if it was your mom?" Right? And they expect that to be like a trump card because I think it's offensive. Like, so you think that my character is so poor that I got different rules for myself and my family versus besides other people.
Yeah.
You expected me to change my opinion because you said my mom and my daughter. I just feel like that's offensive to me. Like you really thought I was like I'm really a hypocrite or I contradict myself. My mom don't change the rules is the rules. Like I don't get a pass for these type of things. So yeah, that's offensive to me.
It becomes difficult because like when you're emotionally invested. Well, I should say, let me just say with me. Sometimes I feel like, man, I just wish I could just talk some sense to the person, especially if you knew one person's side, you knew the other person's side. But for me, it's like there's a point where I get to where it's like y'all gonna have to just work this out because I can't continue, and it becomes difficult when there's beef in the family, like I have a question for you. So let's say, for example, if somebody is clearly doing a person dirty, right? Like um, let's say you're trying to think of how you would put it out. Someone in your family is not doing the honorable thing. So let's say it's your sister and she's not letting her ex see the kids. Like they have a custody agreement, everything. She's in violation of it. Would you feel like you needed to say something to her? Like, would you feel like you needed to intervene? That's the first half of the question. I'll get your answer and then I'll ask my second question. Would you feel like you would need to intervene if your family member was keeping a child from their dad, the child's dad?
Can we answer that now?
And then I'll ask my B.
I have the option to either tell her what I think is right, or I do reserve the option to mind my business. So it'll depend on, it's up to my discretion. Me personally, I'll probably end up saying something. I don't know. I'm one of them people that I like to have the opportunity to say stuff. Like whenever I get the opportunity to say something, I'm gonna say it. But I mostly mind my business. But like, don't make me say something. I'm gonna tell you everything.
Yeah.
But, I'm for the most part, I mind my business. But if I think it's affecting the child, like I'm absolutely gonna say, especially like if you asking me to do stuff, like
right.
If you asking me to, like, because my sisters will ask me to come discipline my nephew, they'll ask me to do that. So and I've told him like, yo, send him to his dad.
Because I feel like there are so many women, like I hear so many stories. I just talked to a guy last night and same story. Like she like kidnapped the kid. They had a court order, had this agreement, and unfortunately she lives in another country and she just moved. Like she moved and didn't give him the address, and she's purposely making it so he doesn't even know where the child is. Like God forbid something happens to her, he couldn't even come get his kid because he doesn't know where she lives. And I'm like, but her family's involved. Her family knows, like her parents have to know what's going on. It's like if the community came together and was like, let's just call Lisa, that's not right. It's not right to cut I feel like sometimes you need the community to step in, because when I look at those situations and let's say you see pictures of birthday parties or whatever, and it's like all these people are in this person's life who's doing something wrong. Like if this person was a stranger who kidnapped somebody and your neighbor just pops up with a kid out of nowhere that you knew wasn't his kid, you wouldn't comfortably go to the birthday party. You wouldn't be like, yay, let's go to a kid's birthday party. You'd be like, where did this kid come from? And you find out, oh, I snatched him from Target. You'd be appalled. But if a person does this in a custody situation, everyone's just like, okay, we're just going to continue and celebrate Christmas and all that. So in those situations, I feel like if the family and friends made it so awkward for the person who was in the wrong, how differently would things be? Same thing with like people having an affair. Like, people who have affairs and they expect everyone to keep the secret and like, oh, let's hang out with me and my person. But if everybody shamed them and made them feel so weird, I wonder if people would do it as much,
Yeah. They wouldn't do it as much. I think that's a good idea. I know, like, for me, like, if you're being a weirdo, I'm gonna tell you that's weird. Like, why are you going like that's just? I think that's weird. And like, especially stuff like, because when you think about like infidelity, for the most part, I'm one of them people. I stay out of it. Like, it's especially if you're probably not gonna leave that person. I'm definitely gonna stay out of it. But when it comes to like stuff like that, like with my homies know not to call me to ask me to lie for them. Do not call me to, and I'm not gonna tell her the truth.
Yeah.
But don't ask me. I'm not lying for you. I'm gonna be like, yo, I'm hanging up on her.
Figure that out yourself.
Like, I'm not doing that. Like, yeah, I'm not about to go tell your girl like, oh, he's cheating or whatever. But I will talk to my homies and tell them like, I don't think that, I don't think that's the best thing to do. And honestly, most of my homies look at me and they kind of like don't know them cheat no more. And they kind of, and if they do, they know not to tell me. They know not to say nothing about it because it ain't nothing to brag about no more. So.
Well, so part 2 of my question is, by the way, thank you for the show extension. Y'all, he did 21 minutes if I did my math correctly. What about a situation where a family member is being mistreated. So let's say it's your brother. Your brother's being mistreated by your. I'm trying to get what those two are saying. In a situation where like a family member was mistreating one of your other family members, but they had no beef with you, do you feel like that's between those people? So let's say, for example, the grandma has issues with your mom, and your mom has decided to like, or your grandma has decided to cut your mom off, and she's not talking to her, but your grandma still wants to talk to you, but she's icing your mom out. Do you feel like you have loyalty as a son to be like, hey, if you're beefing with my mom, you can't have a relationship with me? Or do you also take a stance in inter-family stuff, like where it's like, hey, that's you guys, and I have a separate relationship with grandma. I'm still gonna talk to her and do.
I believe the relationships are separate. Yeah,
It's separate
I completely,
relationships.
Like my sister, if I'm not talking to my sister, like that don't mean I'm like, oh, don't drop. No, I'm not taking my nephews. I'm not taking my nieces. Leader, I don't fuck with them. I'm not. I would never be on that type of time. Yeah, I think that's crazy to do that.
And see, I think it's an interesting dynamic, because if it's, I could see how you're saying like, I'm not gonna cut off my kids, my nephews, if I'm having an issue with the sister. But playing devil's advocate, it could be difficult if, let's say, right, the dynamic is your mom is in pain because the grandma is cutting her off. Maybe the grandma prefers, she lives her life a certain way, but she's like, I'm my own person. I'm going to do whatever I want. And so the grandma cuts her off, trying to control her. And then you continue to, thank you for the show extension, KG. I appreciate that. Thank you. But you continue to have a relationship. I feel like I would struggle if I felt like I was in a position of being done wrong, but my kids still had a relationship with, let's say, the grandma or an aunt or somebody else. I feel like there would feel like a violation. If I felt like I was being done wrong, there was no opportunity for me to resolve anything, but that person was cutting me out, but they continue to have a relationship with my kids. I think I would be hurt by that and be like, I don't want you to be able to have access to my kids. And it would kind of be like you with your sister. So it's a perfect example. So let's say your sister is making choices that you don't like. And so you're like, I'm not dealing with you right now. I don't like how you handle that boyfriend situation. But then you continue to access her kids. I feel like if I was the sister, I would feel really hurt by that. Like, okay, you could ice me out your life, but you're going to still deal with my kids. You still get to enjoy them and talk to them, but you're not trying to resolve our relationship. I think that would be, I think that would be super tough.
I do agree that it's as a family, it is your duty to kind of like tell people who wrong, or try to like kind of like mediate those things. So like, because as a family, like, your, what I want to say, that's, if anybody can say something, it's the people inside of that family. So I think it's like their duty to do that. But I understand what you're saying. I understand that.
Yeah.
And it depends on how glaringly done wrong you have been done. Like, is it a miscommunication?
Yeah.
Is it something like where y'all both kind of got like a reasonable position? And y'all just kind of like got to bring it together, you know? So it depends on how done dirty you got there.
Yeah. Resolve things, y'all, because it's a strain on everybody. Thank you, Brad, for the love offering. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Garnett, for the $20 show extension. Yeah, I just think about just dynamics and how it affects everybody, whether it's a divorce, whether it's a squabble within families, whether it's neighbors beefing. It just makes it so awkward for everyone around. And I think a lot of times people who are in this situation, they're kind of cool off of it because maybe it's their pride or their hurt or whatever. But then everyone else is like tiptoeing. Like, I want to invite Mont to this thing, but I know Brad's going to be there. And, the last time they got together, and it just becomes so awkward. So I think sometimes when you're in a dynamic where other people are involved, it's best to just squash it if you can. How far we have come from the secondary relationship combo. Has anyone else seen a juicy video or anything of that nature that they want to discuss? You can send it to me. I'll put it on the screen. But let me know if you've heard of anything. Are there any other trending topics that maybe I'm not thinking about right now? And I am documenting this so I don't mess up. Where are we at? So give me a moment. Okay. I'm curious to know who's in the who all is still here in the audience, who is still hanging out with us. I think it's impressive when y'all stay late like this. This one is, oh shoot. Hang on, y'all. Sorry. They having a good old time. There we go. Okay, perfect. I don't write stuff down, I'll forget. And then mom be like, this is what we did. You're not gonna skip whatever. All right, let me do one.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, I was like, let me take detailed notes so I don't forget. I could have sworn that we do have it. Okay. We go here. And there we go. Okay, cool. Got it all documented. Okay, so let me go through my other videos and see what else. This is super random, but what time do you guys, how many hours of sleep do you guys typically need on an average night to feel like rested?
I'm trying to figure that out.
So
like good 5.
I just now saw Willie's comment. I cannot. Did you guys see the private chat?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Mr. Gardner, yes, we actually talked about it a little bit ago. I saw her interview, and so it gave a lot more context, but we did. So you can go back and watch. I put the title down so you can kind of scroll and look and see. You saw the private chat? I'm like, oh God. And at first I thought it was a metaphor because I thought the she was his girl. I didn't realize like his daughter. So at first I was like, oh no, it's not spicy like I first took it. Okay, so let me go through. What was I doing? Oh, so this is the interesting thing. Oh, I forgot I still have you on here. So this is the interesting thing. Years ago, I like heard something about sleep and I was like, oh, this is a really big deal. I don't want to play that. Not 4 hours. That's crazy. Let me put the caption. How much sleep do you need? So do you guys know the test? What the test is to determine? Oh, why did I put it here? My bad. I put it as the comment. How much sleep do you need? Do you know what the test is to determine how much sleep you need?
I ain't never heard of it.
It's the most simple thing. So take a day that you have nowhere to be at a particular time and go to sleep when you go to sleep. And then just see when you naturally wake up. That will tell you how much sleep you need. Not when you get out of the bed, but when you actually consciously, like, there's a moment where you're like, I'm awake. And then note that time. If you wear like a Fitbit tracker or something like that, or Apple Watch, it'll, record your sleep. But I did that. And this was like 20 years ago. But back then I needed like 9 hours. I might need only 8 now. But I realized that we don't get the type of sleep that we need because we set alarms. People will set alarms. So what they do is they don't adjust it on the back end at nighttime. They adjust it on the front end. So they decide, I want to stay up till 12 or 1. Well, they still have a hard time to get up. Like, it's like a hard how you say, like a hard stop. You have a hard wake up time. So what I did was I had to force myself to go to sleep earlier and earlier. So I was going to bed at like 9:30 or 10 in order to not wake up with an alarm because I had to get up pretty early. And so I think more people should do that because there's so many health benefits. It was inspired by a podcast where they were talking about all the magical things that happen during your sleep. And if you think about it, you know, cells are regenerated during that time. Memories are like processed in your brain. Like I feel like people take for granted sleep and feel like, oh, I got a little bit of sleep, but there's like a whole thing that happens. You have a period of deep sleep, there's a period of light sleep, and there's a period of what's called REM sleep, rapid eye movement sleep, where it's literally like you see people's eyes fluttering because they're almost to the point of waking up. Like God designed us in a way where there's a lot that needs to happen. And it's not the same as if you just take a nap. It's like a wash cycle. You know, if you put it in for 10 minutes and took it out, you know, the detergent would still be in there. It's not quite like it's not the same as starting and stopping throughout the day. You want to let it go through its whole process. So I just wonder how differently we'd be as, you know, people health-wise, mentally, emotionally, if we got full hours. So Keith, you're saying that you go to sleep and in 4 hours your body wakes up on its own? Because there also is like sleep, what do you call it? Not sleep deprivation. It's not I'm trying to think like when you wake up.
Sleep
Like
apnea?
I was gonna say sleep apnea, but it's actually what is that called? Insomnia. Like where you either can't fall asleep or there are issues where you can't stay asleep, but I think your body still needs it. So it's just interesting to see. What about you guys in the comments? How many hours? What'd you say?
That's one thing I never had a problem doing, going to sleep.
Yeah. So Monte was saying, oh, I don't need that much sleep. And then we had a time where because we rarely don't have plans the weekend, but there was this time where we didn't have plans. This man slept till like 1 PM. I was like, clearly your body needed sleep because I don't like waking people up. If you're sleeping, I don't like waking people up. And he used to tell me, oh, just call whenever. And I'm like, no, please put your phone on Do Not Disturb when we still live in different states. So I said, I hate waking people up. And I just believe you need your sleep. And so it's just interesting. Like you look at the weekend and see how long you sleep. And that's probably how much time you actually need to sleep. And studies have shown that your body does better when it's on a schedule. So if you consistently go to bed at 11 every single night and you consistently wake up at a certain time, it's like treating your car better. Your car is still going to work, but it's going to run much more efficiently if you always use like premium gas or you always, get the oil changed or whatever. So I think a lot of us are shortchanging ourselves. Okay, so that makes sense. He said, I struggle to stay asleep. So he might have a sleep issue. There's just so much stuff. Both my kids had sleep apnea. I didn't even know what it was. I never even heard the term until we tragically lost my best friend's brother at age 2 the day after her wedding. It was horrible. I was exhausted from the wedding and I get a call in the middle of the night. He passed away. But they knew he had sleep apnea and they pushed the surgery because he was so frail. He looked like the little kids from the movies and the infomercials from African kids, like send 20 cents a day, you could feed this kid. He looked emaciated like that because of the sleep apnea. So I was like, dang, there's so much about sleep that we don't even know, or we laugh and joke about somebody snoring like, oh my God, they're annoying, not realizing your body is fighting for oxygen and you could have oxygen deprivation, which leads to other things. So I don't know what, I was gonna say, I don't know what made me think about that. I opened my phone to see what the same videos were and I saw something about hours of sleep. But yeah, people who don't sleep well, we found with Monte that he sleeps better with his head elevated a little bit. He said, don't nothing come to a sleeper but a dream. But we got this bed that you could raise the head, you could raise the feet. And literally, if he's sleepy, you could lower it to a point and he'll stop snoring. You raise it to a point, he'll start, or lower it, he'll start snoring, raise it up. So it's really fascinating, like the way our throats and airways are designed are, some people will just have sleep issues and stuff. It's a whole thing. Free PSA, you guys, from me. Okay, let's see. Did I put in? Yes, I put in his. So we are okay, perfect. So I think we have time for another video. So let's go over here. And It was storming today, y'all, in Texas. It was storming so hard that the thunder was shaking my chair when I sat sitting at my desk. I'm like, that's insane that thunder could shake the whole earth like that. I didn't know it was that serious. Okay. All right. Where is there we go. Okay. Okay, so I want to see if you guys can hear this. Did I post this one? It was that lady. What is her name? She was on a TV show. Senator Vince. Cheryl Lee Ralph. Do you know who that is?
No, not me.
I didn't know her by name, but I know her by face. Let me show you her face and see if you guys recognize her. She was the mom on something. Y'all recognize her?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so hear what she had to say.
Senator Vincent Hughes, 7th. I am married to Senator Vincent Hughes, 7th Senatorial District of Philadelphia. He has his own life. I have my own life. He has his own real career. I have my own real career. He has his light to stand in. I have my light to stand in. So he is not looking at me thinking about status or this or that. He's doing his thing. I get to do my thing. We also live in separate places. When I go to see him, love to see him. When it's time to leave, bye-bye, see you soon. I'm telling you, life is good. Perfect. I get to be the real good wife. I am married to.
What are your thoughts about that? Living in a separate place from your spouse.
If that's what they into.
Next subject. I'm just kidding.
Not for me. Like my woman, she gotta be in my bed. That's part of this deal. You gotta be in my bed.
I like that answer though.
I just think, what's the point? You gonna get married and just be living separate, like
where they live in separate houses?
Separate houses.
Separate houses, yeah.
Oh yeah, what's the point of being married again?
So I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I feel like to some degree it is unnatural being together with somebody 24/7, right? Like it is unnatural. I'm not gonna say good or bad, but it's unnatural. So let's say if you lived on your own.
What makes that unnatural?
Because you have to
rationale
adjust.
For that.
You said what?
What's the rationale for that?
No, I'm saying unnatural in that, let me change it to a different word. It's an adjustment. So when you live on your own, you live one way, because that sounds more neutral, and I mean it in a neutral way. So does that sound less weird? It's an adjustment. So let's say you live on your own. You could stay up as late as you want. If you want TV on or TV off, if you want fan on or fan off, you want light on or light off, no light, night light, yes, night light. And if you want to eat in the bed, not in the bed, like everything is your preference. If you want to wash dishes immediately or you want to wash them after you've watched a TV show, like you have your own way of doing things. Then you introduce another person into the mix. It's a bunch of compromises because nobody is 100% the same. There's usually one person in the couple who's like, I want to be able to eat some chips in the bed while I'm watching TV. And the other person's horrified, like, I don't want chip crumbs in the bed. There's someone who's like, the second the food is done, I want to wash the dishes. The other person's like, can I just relax and watch a show first and then wash them? Maybe worst case in the morning. There's one person who washes laundry and immediately folds the clothes while they're still warm. Someone else is okay with being in a basket for a week. So that's why I say I'm playing devil's advocate, because I know obviously it's traditional to live in the same place. But I have been seeing a trend of people having separate spaces in their own house, or this to me is very extreme, to live in a separate house. But what happens is when you come together, it's almost like dating. You come together and you absolutely want to see each other and be around each other, versus if you're married, you're just always there and the person is there by default. They're there because they live there, not because you're like, I really want to see them this Tuesday. Brad's face. So I think it's interesting. I did see a woman's video where she had her own bedroom, and she put a disclaimer because everyone was going crazy. She goes, "I sleep with my husband every single night." But she has her own bedroom as her own retreat. I guess it would be like a woman cave and a man cave, but it just happens to be a bedroom. So she decorated the bedroom in the way she wants. He has his room the way he wants. And then when they come together, it's magical. And back in the day, from what I understand, unless this is just like folklore, people used to have separate bedrooms and then they would come together for intimacy purposes. But the woman,
white
like,
people?
I just always heard this. I have to research this because I couldn't answer you. But like way back in the day, that's what I heard. They had separate quarters. If he wanted to be intimate, she'd come in and be intimate with him and then he'd go back. But it was meant to preserve, from what I heard, it was meant to preserve the mystique. You know, like when you go to bed and your hair's all wrapped and you got face masks and all this stuff versus when you're presentable for the world, you've done all your stuff in private. So in a sense, I was like, that is kind of interesting. If you're, pooping or like things that you want to keep the mystery, he doesn't see all that and she doesn't see all that. You just see yourself presentable to the world. So I'm intentionally playing devil's advocate, obviously.
No, I think that actually may have made a lot of sense back then because, for one, you may have not been in love with the person you married. You could have been, hey, this is your wife, this is your husband. Cool. So I think that makes a lot of sense. I think when you actually love somebody, you learn to like things about them that you would hate about other people. So I don't care that my girlfriend poops and stuff like that, and she farts and all that type of stuff. Like, but if you don't love somebody, that's gonna bother you.
So this is I went to ChatGPT. Did I cut you off, Matt?
No, you good.
Okay.
I can't imagine being with a woman. I'm not even married or nothing like that. We just sleep in separate beds. I don't get it. I don't get, like, what's the point? I'm still lost about that.
Who's paying for that?
Well, in the lady that had the video, she said they sleep in the same bedroom, but they have separate bedrooms.
Oh, yeah, that's
so,
different.
and then there are other people who say that snoring is a thing. Snoring is so bad, or the person tosses and turns so much that when they really need a good night's sleep, they'll go in the other room. It's not like, ew, I can't stand him and I need to get away from it. It's not that. It's to be able to function at my best, I go over here. So this is what ChatGPT said. Yeah, that's what ChatGPT said. Many couples in older times, especially among the wealthier upper class, did sleep in separate bedrooms or have what was called his and her bedrooms or dressing rooms. And this is why it was common. Hygiene and comfort. Before modern plumbing, heating, and air conditioning, people often had different sleeping needs. Separate rooms helped with different temperature control, noise, and cleanliness, especially people who bathed less frequently. Status symbol. For the wealthy, separate rooms were a sign of luxury. It meant you had enough space to not have to share everything. Modesty and formality. In more conservative times, especially in Victorian England and 20th century America, there were strong norms around privacy and propriety, even within marriage. And that's what I had heard. Health reasons. Illnesses were common, and sleeping separately helped prevent the spread of disease. It allowed one person to rest while the other person was up coughing, reading, or praying. Why, when I first saw praying, I thought my brain read it too quickly to see partying, like while the other one is out partying. That being said, working or lower income couples typically did share a bed due to limited space, but the idea of separate bedrooms wasn't seen as a sign of trouble. It was actually seen as civilized, elegant, and sometimes even romantic, since visiting one another's room added intrigue. So I actually thought about this and I was like, it is kind of cool if both couples agree on it. And the only way this would work to me is if the couples agreed and the only time they would be separate sleeping was if they both agreed upon it. So let's say, for example, the guy knew he was going to be out late, or she needed to get to bed early and he wanted to watch the show, something like that. Like it could never be out of like punishment. Like, I'm mad at Brad, so I'm going to go in my room. It would need to truly be, I have an early day, so I need to just whatever. So, and it would kind of make it romantic. You're like, meet me in the room. I love Brad's face though. When I first read it, he was like, "What the hell? What is the reason?"
Yeah.
Okay. Before I shut down the screen and Mont tells me check your Instagram. Okay. We have expired the show. All right, y'all. So that is going to be a wrap. And unless anyone wants to extend the show, you are welcome to do so. I am going to figure out a date that is good for you guys. I do have a class, a workshop that I'm teaching next Tuesday, because normally I would just do it on a Tuesday. And because I probably won't want to do 3 evenings back to back to back. So I might do the first Tuesday I'll be traveling. So it might be in 2 weeks. But I want to do a really fun show. I'll have all the videos lined up so we can just back to back watch it. I do appreciate you guys doing that because it is fun for me to be able to do the show extensions, and it's kind of like want if it's in advance, done in advance. So as much as I fuss, it is fun to be, going live in the moment. So, all right, without further ado, let me do one quick refresh so y'all don't call me out, because my sure did be like, check your stuff. Thank you guys. Good night. I appreciate you guys, and I hope that you can come back next week. Next week I will be on, let me see. What is next week? Yes, I will be on a birthday trip next week. So I'm going to figure out, I'll probably be in the air. So I will either have to do a different day or just skip next week, but I'll let you guys know on Patreon and on my story. Okay. All right, y'all.
Yeah.
Have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much.
All right.
Good night.